Okay, we are live streaming. Let's take a look at whether or not we're connecting with the studio. And it says excellent connection, but let's see if we get what I need coming up. And we are going to then call our dear friend Aristides through the infinite call, where we call everybody. Okay, and let's get that audio call going. And all right, we're going to get this going here. I'm trying to connect with everybody. And let's see who responds. There we are, dear Aristides. We are live. We're streaming. Hopefully we'll get a few minutes for private conversation sometime in the near future. But for right now, oh my God.
Okay.
Troy Bellamy has joined us, dear sir. Welcome
So, guys,
aboard. Yeah. And
how you doing?
oh, fine. Much the better for speaking with you, and appreciate you joining us. Certainly look forward to your own insights on
Oh
current
my
affairs.
God,
Yeah.
unbelievable! But I I'm gonna set current affairs aside for about another 2 hours
Okay.
to watch the NBA championship, and then I'm gonna join the call.
Okay. Sounds
Is that
good.
okay?
Okay.
All
Love you
right,
dearly.
I'll
All
call you
right.
guys back. Love you too,
Yes.
brother.
Tell us the result of the game. Thank you so much. All right. So, dear Aristides, let's you
Yeah.
and I handle this, and you and I will start with a blurb if you're ready for that, and I'll stay here with you and take over
Okay.
after that.
Okay. Do the blurb.
Yes.
So when you show up here at the program, as I just have, because I clicked on the pop-up notification, we'll get to that.
Yes.
As soon as you get here, please hit the thumbs up, upvote icon underneath the program window. Important to get those in because there are downvotes placed. You can't see them. YouTube hides them. That's pretty, I think, typical everywhere these days. But they are placed by certain parties against Douglas, and so that affects the algorithm. Might be placed by by bots and then be filtered out later by YouTube. But in the meantime, it gets them down in the results and searches and stuff. And so it's important to get those upvotes in, so that affects that. Then once you've done that, please make sure you are subscribed. Hopefully you already did that. If not, the button is just over to the side of there. And then turn on the little bell icon, notification bell, which I mentioned. I have that on, and it popped up a little thing on my computer that the program was starting, and I just clicked on it, and I got right there. So it's very handy, whether it's on time or things get cut off or out of whack and have to restart. And so please do that. So you need an account to do all these things. So if you don't have one, I'm sure it's easy to make. And once you do that, you can actually make channels underneath your account. The account itself is not a channel, but then you can make channels underneath. The cool thing is each one of them can do its own upvoting too. So I've just kind of switched over for a minute, placed a second upvote, even though I'm one person. You could do that too. You could start uploading your content to YouTube to show the world how wonderful you are, and do whatever you want, or just leave them blank. But just remember to switch back to your main. It's easy to forget, and then you start typing. You're like, oh.
You said that well.
Yeah. So okay, all that, and then here we were going to get the PayPal link into the YouTube chat. Douglas will update us on his. It's getting close to the end of the month, so he will update us on his progress on this especially important month.
Yes.
But we'll get that the link in there and try to keep it visible in there periodically. But if you can't find it, don't see it, or you're only listening audio, you can go to PayPal, PayPal.com, and search for him, Douglas D. Dietrich, and you should be able to find him very easily there. And I think even if you don't have a PayPal, you can send him. There's some option there to click, just send money with a credit card. So please do consider doing that, especially this month if you can. Oh, as far as the upvotes on the previous programs, once it's not live anymore, Douglas will put a in comment. Let me see if he did that on the last one. I'm guessing he did. And let me see if I upvoted the pin. He will put a pin comment with his, crucial info there. Please upvote that, and any other positive comments there also for similar algorithm reasons. So YouTube knows that it's liked and doesn't disappear. It doesn't think it's disliked. Does it show dislikes on the comments?
No,
it doesn't show it on the
no, it doesn't show dislikes.
Okay, in this
on
day,
anything.
in this day and age of her feelings, we're not allowed to see dislikes on anything, right?
That's right.
They should. Come on.
No, actually.
Well, not for you. Well, not your case.
That's because the enemy would just overwhelm it.
Yeah, right. I mean, I could see if you had the option, to give you the option, but it seems like every YouTube I go to, it's not a thing. Anyway, yeah. So please, if it's after the fact, after the live, please upload the comment underneath there. And what else? You can also grab the link out of the browser bar. The youtube.com link that will stay the same afterwards, after it's live, and you can save that, you can post that. So if you grab that now and save it or post it somewhere now, it will still lead to the program, for all days later. So that's a very easy way to help share and get Douglas some more support. So I think that is the crucial stuff. Oh, I made a note last time. Yeah, okay. After not during the live, but once it's just a regular YouTube, if you're listening and you hear, at least on the computer, I'm not sure how it works on a phone, but on a computer, you can, if you're at a point in the program and you right click on the screen, it'll let you grab a link at that timestamp if you wanted to point someone to that point in the program. Like, oh, so-and-so needs to hear this. So you right click and you can grab that and then send that to them. It will lead you right to that time. That's a handy thing. So I think that was it.
Sounds good. You did wonderful as always. Thank you so much. And I appreciate that profoundly. So there's been a lot going on, far too much to get into. So much that I may just start in on monologue and answer questions as they come up concerning what's been going on lately. If other people join us, then maybe I'll be provoked or prompted into describing what's happened over the past several days. I do want people to know that I spent far too much time in the sun the past few days. And have been suffering the violent collateral symptoms of sun sickness that a person of vampiroid descent would suffer from. And of course, a psychiatrist or a psychologist who would believe that I have vampiric personality disorder, or VPD, would assume that it's all psychosomatic. If only that were so. No, it's not the case. So another reason for me to jump directly into monologue might be, we really don't know how long I'll last tonight. If the symptoms return, because they fluctuate, and I think I've gotten over the majority of them by lying down after several sessions of vomiting. Just lying down and replenishing myself with liquids as much as possible. I should be fine. This is not like a flu. It's not. It's definitely a condition that's specific to my subspecies. So, such having been expressed, we'll see how long I last tonight, and if I'm able to gut it out, then I'll make it through as much of the show as I can, give you a regular working day's worth of hours like I've been doing lately. And with that, I guess the some elements of what's been going on with my own schedule will come up in the narrative, the arc of narrative of monologue. And that will hopefully put some things in perspective for people. Okay, well, after all of the work that's been done by people like Aristides to make this show possible, and I received a lot of communications from other members of Team Dietrich. All of this is profoundly appreciated, and we're facing a worldwide crisis that Tom, you heard Troy Bellamy when he came on. He just to him it was like he was just shaking his head and saying my oh my, and then he just said, I just gotta escape it for a few hours and get into the NBA game. So when it comes to the current affairs, dear Aristides, what stands out to you? Before I jump into monologue, we're joined by Brendan Zogi, by the way.
I mean,
but finish your
well, the
thought.
obvious, wartime, goings on, or whatever they are. I guess there was a supposed counter attack, right, on Iran, and I have not looked into it very deeply. From what I've been hearing out there, people are wondering, is it, what was it all just show and not really do much damage? And then, because one side's like, oh, we did so great, and the other one's like, oh, we hardly felt that. And so as to what is going on there, I guess that's the outstanding question with that. I don't know what you know.
I'll share it, definitely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
But thank you for
the
that.
world's a stage. We are merely players.
Yes.
Say that again, and a little louder and closer to the mic, please, Brendan. What did you say?
I said all the world is a stage.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Men and women merely players.
There we are. Thank you. Well, welcome aboard. And what's your current status report right now? How are you doing? Are you at work?
No, thank God.
Oh,
no, I was traveling. I was actually traveling.
Okay.
Actually, so you called me during my travels. Is everything all right?
Oh yes, thank you very much for asking. You were not able to review my voice message. I said that I was just checking in before the show started.
I think that got interdicted. It doesn't show you left a message at all.
Oh, that figures. Jesus Christ. Yeah.
Like it's completely scrubbed.
Yeah, it's a miracle that things.
It'll show up like 2 days later, and I'll call you and say, "Why did you call?"
Right.
The classic.
Yeah, it's their form of harassment for us. It's like, and it's endless, and it just goes on. I mean, it is what it is, and we do our best to adapt. So what do you?
I just assumed you got kidnapped during your adventures because you weren't responding. I was like, "Oh, he's down his toast."
That's I gave you a hint of what was going to happen. I don't know how much of that you retained with how busy you were. But
maybe I've been watching too much JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, but yeah, you definitely. It's like every time you go out, it's like that anime where some shit goes down. So it's no doubt about that.
Yeah. Well, definitely, I hear you, and in a sense.
What stand did you encounter this time? Like someone using the devil card, or someone using the loser 360 card. Yeah.
Oh, the delightful.
I can only imagine.
Yes. It was
so
what
we never get the good cards. We never get like Temperance or like the Empress. Yeah, we never get those ones.
Well, we'll work on that. We'll work on that. Yeah. It was not an unpleasant past few days. There was a. I'm not quite sure I'm in the mood to get into describing exactly what happened yet.
Oh, yeah. No, you don't need to. I'm not in the mood either.
Yeah, but I'm sure it'll come out. But well, tell us about whatever you're comfortable sharing concerning your situational status. Like, how are things for you personally in a general sense?
Generally, neither good nor neither bad. Okay. Everything is normal.
Okay.
Status quo.
Yeah. That's not good. Yeah.
No.
that again is not too bad either, but still, yeah, that's normal status quo is pretty hard.
It's definitely not ideal, let's say.
Yeah, that's what I mean to say. Something of that nature. Yes.
Definitely not ideal.
Oh my God. Well, our numbers are okay, but let's hope they build up, and then I'll feel more motivated to start launching into monologue and just let people interject as it comes along. Hopefully, we'll be joined by Holly soon
Yeah.
enough, and
So carry on.
yeah. Oh, well, I don't know about that. I mean, well, before that, what about your own concept of the current events? Please, a little bit of your impression.
Oh, I just said all the world's a stage and we are merely players. That's what my comment was.
Okay.
It's
Yeah.
just it's just a bunch of shite.
Yeah. Now, I'm not quite sure how to interpret what Aristides' impression was in terms of the counterattack, strikes, and strikes again. Maybe the two of you gentlemen can catch me up on exactly how you understand what's happened between, I presume,
what he was saying,
Israel and
what he was saying is that,
yeah,
like, there's no definitive proof that those strikes happened, but there's like rumors, right?
uh-huh.
So,
Or they
yeah,
happened, but it was all there was not significant damage.
yeah.
there.
So Iran is
Like,
reporting just the front door is blown off, and then some people, and then Trump is reporting that it was like obliterated, and that
Yeah.
but there's no rads coming out, so it's like obviously it's all fake. I mean, and I'm on board with the idea that these are like Soviet Union like factories where it's just a bunch of plywood and they're like wiggling, they're like hitting gongs to make it sound like something's being made or
Yes.
factory,
Yes.
so it's like that's what I'm thinking it is. So you just he just blew up the plywood facade that was
I love it. Exactly.
like it's basically what it is. There was no actual like functional technology. Like they would never give them like the beings that have this technology don't give it to like those other people like the mullahs and stuff. Not in any kind of functional way.
Yes. I love it. No, that's delightful.
It's like Islam is like the grandchild. You have the grandpa, which is like Judaism.
Yeah.
Then you have the son, which is the Christians, the Gentiles, and then the Islam is like the grandchild. You don't give him like a knife, They just give him like a few AKs and shit. They don't give him the full thing. So there you go. That's my analogy.
Oh, delightful.
It's just a bunch of shite.
Yes, it truly is. It truly is. By the way, Heather Holman, if you're listening, happy birthday. I hope you noticed that I've dedicated the episode to you. And so this transmission is dedicated to Heather Holman, and there's a poem for her. So Heather, if you open up the text box underneath tonight's live stream, you will find your poem. Hopefully you avail yourself of that. And as well, people will notice a photograph of my son in the SS uniform, because this is the 84th commemorative date of Operation Barbarossa, the invasion of the Greater Soviet Union by my biological father, Adolf Hitler. And that is a very important day, and I'll try and give people some reason as to why that name was chosen.
Like Stalingrad and stuff like this?
Yeah, eventually.
Something more nuanced.
No, this was the invasion of the Greater Soviet Union that reached, to the gates of Moscow, and of course the siege of Leningrad and Stalingrad. Yes, and we've got a nice image that was entered by our dear friend T. Tankberry. Nice drones and tanks rolling through the desert gives us an impression of maybe Trump's vision of how he can serve his Zionist overlords. It's apocalypse time. And so I'll try and put some perspective of history on it, and but aside from that, I think that both of you gentlemen have
whatever he's doing. The gas prices went down, so I just want to say thank you, Mr. Trump, for that. If that's all it takes, then send more ICBMs. I want to see it 99 cents a gallon.
Well, dude,
I'm obviously being facetious.
No, I get it. Let's hope that this isn't like the calm before the storm. Like, it goes down a bit because.
Oh, it is. It's like when the terminal patient stands up the last time.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. I'm receiving a call. It Homeland Security. Just
Yeah. Okay. They're calling him away. That's funny. That's funny. Glad that he's a bit more relaxed away from work. And you know, T-Tank is sending us apocalyptic imagery of you know, video game wars. One of the images he sent me was actually I think it was for a video game. I might be wrong, but it is a montage of like Soviets invading the United States. It's basically, you can see the Soviet flag, and the American flag is more subdued. So it implies a Soviet invasion of the United States, which we're basically under Russian occupation right now anyway with the Trump regime. Okay. I'll see if I can. So, dear Brendan, who was it? Was it Homeland Security? Was it?
No, of course. Yeah, it was T-Man. He said, "You're doing great. You're doing great." You just gotta take it easy. You just gotta take it easy on Israel. You're doing great. We need more vampires like you. That's what I said. No, but he's looking pretty ragged, though. I don't know. Maybe it's all those late nights, but he was looking pretty ragged last time I saw him.
Yeah, well,
on the TV. So.
Yeah. Well, it's I'll have to take a look. Can anybody give me the most recent image of him available? That would be intriguing.
Okay, well, in his defense, they did wake him up in the middle of the night, but yeah, it's pretty bad.
That's like it's like, why did they bother? I mean, it's like they might as well just consult directly with Netanyahu. He's the one who's running the show. Trump is just doing whatever he says. You know, Netanyahu gave the orders to bomb Iran, and Trump bombed Iran. But I like Brendan.
Garbled. I can't hear you.
Oh, how about now? Can you hear me now? Jesus. Oh, I guess they're probably...
Slightly. It's like scratchy.
Well, hopefully everyone else can hear me. So everybody let me know about the quality of sound. And I'll check.
Fine here.
Okay, good. They're interdicting it for Brendan. That's right, Brendan. They're interdicting your reception. And that's no surprise. I do want people to know that, again, it's been very exhausting. It has not been unpleasant, but it's been very exhausting. There was a kind of, shall we say, covert activity going on in which I had to basically really expose myself to extraordinary amounts of sunlight. And it's very strange that...
Yeah, I was about to say that.
Yeah.
Like, come on, a vampire going out on summer solstice. I mean, that's rookie. That's a rookie move right there.
It is, but it had to be done, and the reasons behind it, I will have to...
Why don't you do what the Asian grandmas do and put on the like crazy sun hat and all like the long sleeves?
I did the second day. That I spent more time in the sun. I did, really. And it wasn't that I was exposed overly much on the first day, though I was exposed slightly, but the second day was it. But it had to be done. And it's funny that people visit me during the summer solstice. I'm sorry?
Hold on 1 second. There's an incident.
Oh, okay.
The glass is broken. So I'll have to go.
Okay. Stay safe.
All right.
Jesus.
All right. Okay. Shit.
Oh, man. Whatever it says. What? You all right? God damn.
He's gone.
He said, fuck. And we heard that. He said, shit and fuck. That's... God, everybody keep them in your thoughts and prayers. That's alarming. That's alarming. And
was he at work?
He said he wasn't. He said he was traveling. Then he said, "Oh, there's been an incident. The glass is broken. Hopefully, he's not talking about his car. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, it's.
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll find out. Hopefully. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And but everybody maintain them in thought and prayer anyway. You never know. I mean, the people who are valuable to me do get attacked, and probably best that in one sense it's probably best that something diverted him, or I would have been more tempted to have spoken more about what I was doing during the weekend, and that might not be, maybe that's just not the best thing to do right now. Anyhow, BB, I'm receiving some good jokes, political cartoons from our dear T-Tank Barry, and they're showing Netanyahu and making fun of his imperial ambitions. So our dearest Amy Como has joined us. So, dear Amy, love you dearly.
Yeah.
I hope everything is going as well as possible. Share with us whatever you feel comfortable sharing about your own situation, a status report.
Just getting all the news. I didn't know that, that there were bombs going off everywhere.
You
just getting.
Fuck, where the hell? What the fuck are you talking about?
I am.
So, I mean, I realize that, but is your internet that bad? I mean, I understand it's bad. So, what is the situation with your internet first? Tell us about that.
It's the same as it's always been. I live in the middle of nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
This is the first time I picked up my phone in 5 days.
Wow. Holy shit.
I know. I don't have a phone life. I've been busy. I've been doing stuff. But I just heard all this from your crew, from your boots on the ground crew.
Yes. Yes.
And I feel like a fool. I feel like I should have been paying closer attention.
Why? What could you have done?
And, yeah.
No, continue. Please continue. It's like you said, you feel like you should be paying closer attention, and that's admirable because it shows a sense of responsibility. But at the same time, with what's going on in the world, what could you have done? And even if you had known about it, it's not like, it's not really that important for someone in your situation to know about everything going on at once because, I mean, you have a lot of your own challenges. Speaking of which, you said you've been doing a lot lately. Does this have to do with making the property more livable or what?
Oh, yeah. It's summer. We've crested into the tourist season here, and it's pretty good. It's not, no, I keep getting these reports from people that they're scared out of their minds and everything's falling apart, and like, I just spoke with a friend who was like, oh, I'm in this town where they like kicked everybody out of the housing program, which was basically like a hotel program for people. And there was like a bunch of them released in his town, and he's like, I don't mean to judge, but they're all zombies. And I'm like, I don't know what to tell you. I hope you come to visit. I had no idea that he was all worked up over all the news too. Like that would definitely, he's somebody who's like glued to his information stream. And yeah, so I didn't realize that he had good reason to be all weirded out and scared.
I was about to say, the way you first phrased the description, it sounded like everybody in your area was kind of as oblivious to international affairs as you were, and that they were all scared and more worried about things like the housing program and the fact that they've all been rendered homeless through what. So is this all being?
There's large numbers of people who are being put into hotels because that's the most available ready shelter. And it's all these contracts with the state and lists. Like I was on the list. It's now been 10 years that I got on the housing list to try to get into a hotel or someplace with shelter.
It's just outrageous. It's so fucking sad. So fucking sad.
And to understand that somebody can wait 10 years and then to see that like everybody who's in the program has just been turned away.
Yeah.
God. It's, these are extreme circumstances, but I just was like focused on doing stuff with our buddy. He came up and he started cleaning everything up for us. Granted, some of it was his mess. Some of it was his building had fallen in.
Who is this man? That's not Tokyo you're talking about. Somebody else.
No. These guys have been friends forever. It's just people that I've known and just continue to know. But he's closer to Tokyo than I I was closer to the woman he had a baby with. I knew more about her. I was more of her friend.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he lives closer to Massachusetts, and he said like stuff is booming. Like there's all kinds of billionaires with too much money who need landscapers, and that was kind of his business. But he sort of specialized in like rock walls and retaining walls.
Mm-hmm.
He's on vacation. He's come back up. He has a building here that had caught fire and fallen in on itself, and he came up and
Jesus.
cleaned it up.
Uh-huh.
So I haven't, like, I've just been busy. I haven't even looked at the news, and that was the first time I heard it, and I was like, oh, this is incredibly interesting because everybody's freaking out, and it makes sense now that like when we were like, they went and played golf, and then we went out to the German place that we really love, and like everybody had like this veneer of fear.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And,
Wow.
You know, it makes sense.
I see. Yes. And well, they should fear that. They should be afraid. I mean, these are fearful times. It's incredible. John Doe, who is T. Tank Berry, in the text box, has just sent me an image of the Presidio Cemetery, and he was saying boots on the ground indeed, because he's talking about the potential for invasion, the war that's evolving as we speak, the war that's developing as we speak. The Iranians are certainly trying to figure out a way to strike back. But it's funny, if he was recently there, it's incredible. And there's this beautiful truck, which looks very military itself. And it's so funny because that's where our friend Aaron Tice visited with myself during this weekend. Like Sammy Romero 2 years ago visited me during the longest day of the year, the summer solstice. That's what happened with Aaron Tice. For some reason, everybody visits me on summer solstice and the longest day of the year. So our dear John Doe says, praying with my ancestors, and that's profoundly appreciated. So thank you for sharing that, John, and that of course is T. Tank Berry. So with that visit, I was compelled, for reasons that I'll share privately with Team Dietrich, not publicly but privately. There were reasons why I had to give him a full tour of everything in San Francisco that I felt to be relevant, and certainly to my life, showing him where I was in terms of where I grew up in the Tenderloin. He's the first person I've ever taken down into the Tenderloin as a visitor from who's like part
I
of Team.
just don't see him as like fitting in the Tenderloin.
Not without my company, he would not have. It's
he just did. I'm impressed that you got him down there.
Oh yeah. Well, it's like again, I felt it was necessary, and it was. Another person who was with me down there, in all fairness, was Judith Ager. And Judith Ager, felt completely safe in my presence because of who she was with. And definitely, she never once felt threatened or in danger while she was with me down there. But that's, sadly, she turned out to, just be on her own neurotic trip, which was extraordinarily unhealthy. So he's got great photographs, John.
Vulnerable. She was vulnerable to the enemy.
She was.
I mean,
all
the betrayal and abandonment. It's just, you can package that up and just say, you know what, they were vulnerable, and voila, there it is.
Yes.
Bye-bye.
And truly, you are not. Yeah. Amy's not, because
I don't know why. I don't even know what the news is.
Yes. And so would anything in particular that you'd like to tell us about with some of these projects you were involved with? Like, is there a well being dug or water being located, or
Oh my God! Do you know how long it takes to do stuff like that?
It must be.
There's
impossible.
A freaking war. How am I going to get somebody to come out here and drill me a well? Give me a well, people. No, I don't. think we're gonna do that even. Like, there's other options. We have other options.
Okay.
You know, there's like things that I can do that aren't necessarily being on the same property all the time.
Thank God.
And we love it here. We do, but it's a lot of work. So, you know, just bits and pieces is probably a better idea right now.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely too much work. And so when it comes to so other things that come on your mind, how's that? Did you hear the joke we made the other day about you? Yeah, it was just a nice joke.
Thanks.
It's not. It wasn't against you. It's not making fun of you. It was just a joke that was.
You enjoy making fun of me more than anybody I know. I thought that poem was for me, and then I read it up backwards, and it was for Heather.
That's cute. That's adorable. Well, it's her birthday. It's her birthday.
I know. I didn't get nothing from you on my birthday this year. I'm gonna hold it against you.
I did. When was your birthday this year? Did you tell me?
I know.
I forgot.
I'm not, how they must have snuck into your crypt and erased it from your calendar.
Yeah. It's
in April.
I'll grab at any excuse. I can grab. But okay, it was. Did I add it to after you told April? What date, honey? What date?
The 26th.
April 26th.
You know.
Okay, so I added that after
the lucky 26th.
Yeah. What happened was. I did not enter that into my calendar this year. I entered it last year, but neglected to enter it this year. And then what happened was you didn't tell me about it till after the fact, right? Isn't that the case?
Because I assumed you knew that you're just going to carry it forward until I'm dead. That's it. You have to send me birthday poems every year forever.
Well, I hope to do that from this point forward. Oh my God, I feel so bad.
You're so good at it. You really are. You have a talent for it.
Oh, thank you, honey. Yes, you're very nice.
You have. Yeah, I'm really I'm sorry that I haven't been able to come on. I'm just, I am, as you can tell, just overwhelmed with like immediate circumstances that need handling. And even though everything's sort of improving, we're still, you know, having broader issues occur.
Wow. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
Broader issues such as. I'm sorry.
I don't know what to say. Like being on the border is maybe a possible good thing, maybe not. We don't know. We're gonna find out.
Okay, and well, certainly, what I would encourage you to do is to review our latest episode before tonight's, and last episode, and that's when I believe that's when I made the joke. I'd like you to hear that and then respond to it at some point. You don't need to do that tonight, but Wednesday.
Tell everybody again. Just repeat it. How much fun did you have picking on me?
It was, you'd have to hear it. I don't remember exactly. I can't phrase it as well as I did.
Was it Brendan?
No.
Was Brendan on with you?
Oh, Brendan was on with me, yes. But he's not the one who cracked the joke. It was me. And it's because
I appreciate that you owned that.
Oh, of course. Well, it's not, like I said, it's not. We're laughing with you, not against you. We were laughing with you, not against you, and so do
understood.
Review. Yeah, and look at this from our dear what's Real Tech Geek. He says he sent a link. U.S. calls on China to prevent Iran from closing the Strait of Hormuz. Whatever. If they close that, the prices are going to go way, way up. But anyhow, with such being said, what else comes to your mind before I kind of go into monologue and invite everybody to just interject whenever thoughts come onto their mind about what I'm saying?
What is the most important thing for us to think about right now? What comes to my... I have this way of trying to repeat, like just practicing noble silence.
Sounds good. That's
and
cute.
I understand.
It's lousy radio. It's lousy radio, but it's good for
radio.
it definitely is harder than it looks. I mean, we all have like racing thoughts about everything that are just like pinged with every screen we look at.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Keep your mouth near the microphone, honey. Yes.
I said we played some horseshoes.
Oh, cool.
Did you get that?
Yeah, we got that now. Yes. Yes.
That's pretty country. We're
Yeah,
pretty
it sure
country
as hell
up
is.
here.
Yeah, that's like, that's like, damn, that's like nothing to do. You got, maybe that's psychologically healthy. Yeah, it's psychologically healthy. Simple life, yes. So thank you for sharing that. So what I'm going to do right now, honey, is invite you to just pitch in, interject whenever you feel like it. And
Beautiful.
yeah, and I'm just going to start rambling and going into monologue. We've got good numbers, and I might as well do this while I can. Did you hear the earlier part of the show where I said that I suffered sun sickness because of my overexposure to
Working.
Yeah. Okay.
Had to be out in the sun. Yeah.
I did my best to shield myself, but still, it's not enough. And so there you go. So I'll start in on it. Obviously, based on what Amy was not aware of, who wins when you kick a hornet's nest? The isolationist wing of the Republican Party, including figures such as Steve Bannon, believes that Donald Trump has just delivered the geopolitical equivalent of such a stomping. By dropping powerful bombs on Iran's nuclear facilities at Fordow and elsewhere, in effect at the behest of Israel, Mr. Trump has made a fateful choice. Whatever Iran's response, America's foreign policy is more completely subjugated to Israel's than it has ever been. As previously noted, Benjamin Netanyahu seems to be making all the running, with Mr. Trump scrambling to keep pace with his objectively senior ally. Now, despite years of claiming he would avoid wars and other foreign entanglements, Mr. Trump has just bet his presidency on a strikingly aggressive act in Iran, said American being the first president ever to strike another country's nuclear sites. He is also the first to have overtly joined Israel in an attack on an adversary. Conflict has a habit of, shaking all political norms. And, quite often, the untruths and white lies fall out. One example is the sunshine and rainbow view of the Communist Chinese Empire's Western trade relationships. For decades, leaders either believed the fiction that commerce would turn Red China into a liberal Western democracy, or that there would be only positive results from making them a large portion of the economy. Despite early hopes, the monolithic Communist Chinese superstate has refused to abide by the rules-based order, so Donald Trump constructed a new set of rules. Now, Europe appears to have come to the same conclusion, with Ursula von der Leyen saying Donald Trump is right at the recent G7 conference. Given the European Union's security is being threatened on multiple fronts, this reevaluation is necessary. Yet the European Union, or NATO as an alliance, have, in either case, learned nothing from Russia's energy-themed blackmail. With precision warheads and hypersonic payloads tearing Israeli and Iranian skies, you might think we're witnessing the next frontier in modern warfare. But it's an old game, played with old rules. And once again, Tehran reaches for its well-worn lever of power, energy blackmail. Indeed, it's a trap that Australia is willing to place itself in, and indeed has already done so, only with Red Chinese-made renewables instead of Iranian oil, with deep water ports, refineries, and new pipelines being laid across the world, almost entirely in non-Western hands. Energy could be the key weakness for our political leaders. The isolationists warned that getting involved in Iran would be wrong in principle. Members of a different camp worry, quite reasonably, that the People's Republic of China, a far bigger threat to America in the long term, is bound to become stronger from all of this. Every extra American satellite, general, diplomat, spy, plane, or aircraft carrier now focused on the Middle East is an asset unavailable in the Pacific or elsewhere in Asia. From that perspective, this bombing does look rash, but its full consequences will only be clear once evidence emerges to show whether Israel was right to claim that the Iranians were on the cusp of producing a nuclear weapon. I'm wary about that, not least because I remember the faulty intelligence claims that led Americans into a disastrous war in Iraq in 2003. It is also too early to know if the attacks by Israel and America, though dramatic, have set back Iran's nuclear program decisively. One risk is that Iran's regime will be encouraged to follow an even faster, but now entirely hidden, route to making and deploying nuclear weapons. Iran's defiant leaders may feel that almost any action is justified if they are able to create weapons to deter future attacks. I give very little credence to Mr. Trump's claim this weekend that the bombs have obliterated the nuclear program. As I've already spraketh on the bunker busters, it is not clear that even America's big bombs were really strong enough to burrow sufficiently far enough underground at Fordow. Nor do we know whether, before the bombing began, Iran had anyway dispersed some of its nuclear materials to other locations in country. So what's next? The coming days are likely to be very eventful indeed. Any sane administration would endeavor to meet Iran at the negotiating table in the hope of heading off what could become a much more ruinous war. It seems to me that America also needs to assert itself more strongly to contain some of the actions of its senior ally, Israel. Mr. Netanyahu now counts as the most powerful military actor in the world. He has been conducting an extremely aggressive policy in the past couple of years, inflicting not only decisive defeats on militias and other enemies in the region, but also unacceptable misery on a desperate population in the Gaza. This is the moment, therefore, for the Americans to insist that Israel steps back and shows more humanitarian concern. That would not only be the right way to act, it seems to me, but a smart move for a power that has an opportunity to gain support in the Arab world. For Mr. Netanyahu's efforts have never been primarily or even secondarily about Iran's nuclear potential. Otherwise, he would have supported early negotiations to stop its development of weapons. Instead, he sees Israel aiming to eliminate all power competitors in the region. Ergo, Israel is not working to eliminate a nuclear threat from Iran, but to make itself the dominant regional power, prompting myself to predict that Saudi Arabia will now be scrambling to acquire nuclear weapons to prevent Israel from sticking its neck out too far in the future. Only regime change in every nation involved will solve the triangulated problem of Israel, Iran, and the House of Saud. Matter of fact, we might as well throw the United States in there as necessary quadrilateral regime change before we reach any stability in the world. Okay, I'm going to review some of the incoming messages from our dear John Doe, who's T-Tank Berry, and I like, yes, Gate 25, What is it here? Allahu Akbar. I love CARE. Yes. What if they're No, they don't kill us. They might. If they don't kill us, they might sue us. Yes, it's so true. It's so true. It's disgusting. Yes. And then we've got Putin putting a "kick me" sign on Donald Trump. All of this is delightful, and thank you, T-Tank. And here we are, Custer's giving giving Trump the strategy. Here's our man. Brendan says we're getting some feedback. That's right. I heard that. So it's
yeah, it was pretty bad on the YouTube side. So maybe one of us should mute
well,
whoever has their phone on speaker.
Yeah, well, we know who it is. It's our gang stalker, and we know him by name. And he's giving.
When I was on the phone with my mom, she swore there was someone listening to the conversation.
Yeah.
She said, "I hear an echo," and I said, "Well, I'm just standing here."
Yeah.
And she said, and I have my headphones in, and she said, I hear someone who's listening to our conversation. And she's not conspiratorial at all.
Yeah.
So someone's definitely, taping, like they're using tape and shit to tape our conversation.
Yeah, seriously. No, they're working at a 1960s or 70s level. That's why we know who it is, because they're given the keys to the codes of electronics that allow them to tap into everyone affiliated with myself, but they're personally stuck in the 60s and the 70s, which is very bizarre because they were born the year after myself, but they were tutored by Aquino, so they're still stuck very much in the 20th century. And so that's the bizarre nature of the gang stalker that we're dealing with. But our dear Aaron brought up the fact that he felt that the main handler for Peter Moon was Joel Derrick, and I would consider him one of Peter Moon's handlers, definitely. And I still don't know whether or not
he's the guy that downloaded him to the AI, basically.
Yes.
I can make you a god and shit.
Yes.
Yeah, it was like something out of an anime.
Yeah.
I can download you and make you into, a kami and shit.
Yeah, he wanted to make him into, Peter Moon wanted to be the Dietrich Artelect. I will, And so all such being said, he's gotten his wish now, and he wishes he hadn't. I can assure you.
Right. Yeah, how does it feel being stuck in frickin' the Phantom Zone? Bitch?
We know he's listening in too from his from his entrapped
beyond the veil.
So when you said there was an incident, you said glass was broken, you said shit, fuck, what was going on? Did somebody try to smash your car window or something?
The bag I was holding broke, and a bottle flew out and shattered.
Shit.
Which is a cult only.
Yes.
Like, it was like when I was in a certain radius of a certain location that is being assailed by occult attacks all the time.
Yes.
So yeah.
Indeed. Now we're joined by Holly, and for God's sakes, Holly, get into the habit of interjecting whenever you...
I was about to.
Okay.
And I've only been on for about 60 seconds, and so maybe that made a funny noise.
No, it wasn't you. It was before you came on.
Okay.
I can guarantee you that, because you were not on the call when it happened. And
I just got on.
Yeah, no, thank you. And so you missed my quick analysis of the international relations. I'll probably go domestic in a second because of a question that came in from someone. But do say hello to Amy in particular.
Very unfortunately, but I'll review it. Hey to everybody, Amy in particular.
Yes.
Particular Amy.
Yes, particular Amy. Yes. Amy was totally unaware that the world is on fire.
I did catch that when I was suiting up. And what I would say to that is that a situation like that, where you're not trying to avoid it, it just happens, is rare enough in these days that I endorse taking advantage of it.
Yes.
Because it won't last.
Yes. Hear that, Amy?
Amy, you have my full endorsement. As long as you can get away with it.
Yeah.
Well, and it was a matter of I was noticing just strange behavior in the general public.
Yeah, I heard that. Fascinating.
some friends of mine were trying to golf, and like they went to like a smaller local golf course that's like small. It's only 9 holes.
Yeah.
And they're like, it was a lot of money. They were like, it was more than we've ever paid there. And they were like upcharging us in ways that this place never has before. And we're like, oh well, everything's expensive.
It must be the war.
Like that.
I love that.
God.
Must be the war. Yes, it's perfect. But none of them said that, Amy? None of them said...
No, we don't. We have been here cleaning up a mess that's been here for like 20 years.
Mm-hmm. No.
Like we have been like really just focused on landscaping and piles of garbage. We got rid of so much garbage this weekend. It was disgusting and amazing that it's so much better here now.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, and unfortunately, nobody else had a great solstice.
Oh, well, what do you mean by that?
Especially not in Gaza.
Oh, there we are. Thank you. That's what you mean. Thank you. I was kind
Indeed.
of like, I was thinking of my own solstice. It wasn't that bad, but it is bad enough in terms of sun exposure, the damage thereafter. But yeah, everyone insists on visiting me on the longest day of the year. It's really weird. It is what it is, and maybe there's some occult reason it works out that way. But
Yeah, who did you take out? I missed that.
It's
Aaron-
actually tactically smart because it's when the vampire is at his weakest.
Yeah, yes, there is that.
The safest time to be around you. Because when I went, we had like a San Francisco day.
Yeah.
We were all powered up and shit
Yes.
by the darkness.
Yes, that's true. That is actually quite true. Though, what happened, and I'll answer Holly's question. She said, who did you take out? I was visited by Aaron Tice, and and what happened was that I took him places that I didn't take Samuel Romero, because Samuel Romero visited me with his family, his wife and his child.
Mhm.
I couldn't take them down to the Tenderloin. But Aaron and I had no need to take Brendan Zogit down there, because Brendan Zogit's quite familiar with the horror that is San Francisco. Yeah, but with Aaron Tice, it was very important to show him where I had grown up.
I don't need to tourist around the fucking
Right.
the TL as we call it. I mean,
Yeah.
Slum porn.
so that's how much of a local yokel I am. So there you go.
Yeah, yes, yeah. And it's like Brendan wrote in the chat box here, the text box. He said, it's safer in the light at the Presidio, especially with Doug. And I did
Right, 'cause
emphasize...
we were getting like
Yeah.
all kinds of weird spooky ass vibes and shit. Because we were
Yeah,
we
Go
were
on.
basically in the witching hour. Might as well have been the fucking witching hour.
it's true. It's
Because it
true.
was so like cold and overcast and shit. So you need to be in the light if you're like, so, if you're hitting all those haunted spots.
It's-
you need light.
It's true. And
It's safer.
It's quite true. Actually, Brendan is quite astute, and he expresses the whole situation quite well. When it came to Aaron Tice, he was blessed in a sense by that, but I kept telling him that in a sense this was a negative, because I kept emphasizing to him, you've got to imagine the Presidio the way I would normally experience it. Imagine yourself here at night, and imagine yourself here. Notice the fact that there's no street lights. And think about these people who live here. We actually did something that I've never done with anyone that I traveled with before. And another person I gave this kind of tour to was Peter Moon. And of course, Peter Moon was just so fucking lost and oblivious. To give people an example of how oblivious Peter Moon is, or just how insanely maniacal he is, where there's no point in showing him or relating anything to him. Brendan Zogit.
Like, I thought all this was self-evident.
Yeah, you would think, but I don't know if people can appreciate it enough without certain points being made that I don't believe I ever drove home with enough emphasis before. One of them was that Brendan Zogit had surmised that Paula had been buying all the food for Peter and basically taking care of him in a very real sense. And, knowing what I know about Eastern European women in general, and about a half vampiress like Paula in particular, Oh God, Aaron Tice says he didn't think he got invited to the call tonight. How do we get him onto the call? Do you have any idea, Aristides? Can you do that? Is that possible, Aristides? Aristides, are we there?
He's already on the call. He just has to scroll down and find infinite call.
Okay, scroll down and find infinite call.
Yeah, and then the little phone on top.
Okay.
So he's here. It doesn't call you like Skype used to do. So just
Right.
keep that in mind.
Yes, I have to tell them.
I'm checking now. I'm checking
Okay.
now. See
Thank you.
if he's on here.
Scroll now and find infinite call and press the phone press phone icon. And
So I added him just in case, but
Okay.
he's already there.
all right, press phone. Oops, and here we are. Phone icon. Phone icon. Call everybody, right? That's it. It says call everybody. Call everybody. Call everybody. Everybody.
He's on.
He's on.
It says he's on.
Okay.
I think
Yeah.
I'm on now.
Yeah, there we are.
Very good.
Yeah, and so dear Aaron, you were with me, and like I was pointing out to these people, I want to complete this thought before you share with us. First off, of course, how much time do we have with you? How many minutes? Are we?
Probably 30. I'm walking the dog now, and
Okay.
I do have to get to bed, but I wanted to check in and say hello to everyone.
Good.
Hi.
And I let them know that you visited, and this was on.
Awesome.
Yeah, the reason that it was so synchronous was because 2 years ago, when Samuel Romero visited, it was also on the summer equinox, and you also visited on the summer solstice when it was the longest day of the year. So I'm trying to still get over the sun sickness. There was a lot of collateral damage from that. I was vomiting quite violently for a while thereafter.
I'm
It-
so
it,
sorry.
It had to be
about
done.
that.
It had to be done. It had to be done. Like I said, I'll only share the reason why it was so necessary to do that with Team Dietrich privately. But what the thought that I was pointing out to people, which you already know, so that people understand, when I took Peter Moon on these tours, just how oblivious he was. It's exemplified by his relation with Paula, and having dealt with Eastern European women for a good deal of my life, and especially a half vampirist like Paula, I just suspected her to be pretty cruel and unattentive, and I never dreamed she would have been taking care of Peter in any way whatsoever, really. That I just figured, the way Peter described it, she was just walking in and out of the house with firearms all day, and going out and partying with the people all night, and he of course was powerless to do anything about it because she had laid down the law. So I just thought that was where it ended. But Brendan had suspected that she had been feeding Peter and basically caring for him, and it was Aaron who confirmed that. And so when Aaron confirmed the fact that, yes, she was indeed buying all of the food and cooking for him, I was shocked. And that's what made it so truly offensive when in context of my experience with Peter after she had left, and he was on Skype with me, and we had to have the camera on both sides because we were showing each other things for the book that we had to confirm were the right images. And he went into one of his incredible rants, and he would always accuse me of diatribes when ranting and raving was all he ever did. And he closed down this one rant with just sinking into his chair with these incredibly sunken eyes and sunken chest, and saying to me, "Someday Paolo realize I'm the best thing that ever happened to her." And in light of knowing now that he went completely to shit once she stopped buying food and fruit and cooking for him and everything else, and dressing him and everything else, it's totally the opposite. But he's so maniacally insane he could never see it that way. She's the best thing that ever happened to him, not the other way around.
Correct.
And for him to be not all he could do is completely invert that situation. That's beyond pride. That's just sheer insanity. That's just madness to a degree that's unfathomable to me. It's like a person like that, how did he ever even function? But obviously he did so only at the he was at his highest level of function, but in a sense she killed him. She was trying to kill him because she was like taking him, going with him on these hikes and shit. And then it was after he stroked out, possibly as a result of overexertion on one of those hikes, because Brendan saw the photographs. He looked like he was dying on those hikes. And, that ultimately killed him because, after the strokes, it was less and less anything except the football game. All it became then was the football with the black guys, and he didn't go anywhere with Paula after that or do anything. Let her go out on her own after that. But anyhow, so there you go with that. And in the time we have with you, let's not waste it. Give people a little impression of your own, your visit. And the like. And
yeah, it was awesome. It was awesome to catch up with you. What a great time. But coming from the East Coast, the West Coast is a foreign entity to me. It's like an alien space. It felt like I was in Star Trek the entire time. There's nothing visually similar. There's nothing culturally similar. It was crazy. I mean, the first image I have of pulling into town was the Waymo being used by a pimp and a John.
Oh, tell him about that.
Yeah. So I it's an easy trip into town at 1 a.m. and I missed my turn like 3 times because like there's a woman's naked back in the rear passenger window, and I couldn't figure out what was happening. I was exhausted. I've been traveling all day, and then I tried to explain it to Douglas. He said, "Oh yeah, they use the pimps use the Waymos for prostitution because the hotels are so inaccessible now." And it was just like, what is happening here? It's like so foreign.
And by the way, I didn't want to say it when we were going through the Tenderloin because I was already flashing back. And the Tenderloin for me, as you can understand, was worse than the Presidio in terms of my own psychic trauma. But the 2 black guys we saw that were kings of the street, they were also pimps, and they were forcing their whores to dance so that customers driving by would stop and then pay for the services. That's why. That's what was going on there, and so he was witness to that. But do tell them that at that time you began to understand my gang brother Beaver better and why the gang culture is so necessary.
Oh yeah, it's a gang city, and those 2 pimps in the Tenderloin were not the meanest people there.
Yeah,
I mean there was people ready to do massive damage to anyone who crossed their path, and they would have been happy to do so. It was insanity. It is chaos and angst and trauma and violence and the stench of urine everywhere, and it was just, armed guards at children's playgrounds on the corners.
Yes. Tell them about that. The playgrounds are cages, like monkeys at the zoo.
Yeah.
It's like primate centers, and there's armed guards there. No adult who's not accompanied by a child. No adult. Tell them about some of the signs.
Yeah. Yeah, the signs are like every child needs an adult accompanying, et cetera, et cetera. There's a metal detector at each little corner playground. And they're not big. It's just a small corner playground. But what's crazy is it's I couldn't really quantify it, Douglas. Could you? I mean, is it 3 square?
What's that, Brendan?
Yeah.
That was in the TL?
Yeah, the Tenderloin.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Is it's only 3 or 4 square blocks if I can quantify it. Is that accurate, do you think?
It feels a lot bigger than that. I would say that it's
sprawl. Like on the map, but it like bleeds out. It bleeds out into Chinatown. It bleeds out into like where the art museum, Asian art museum is. It's like kind of just it's like a blob.
Yes.
Of what is it called?
It was.
Go on, Aaron.
Well, it's crazy because
thank you.
It's one of the most violent places you can visit, and they're all schizophrenic, drugged out, and violent.
Yes. So it's so profoundly depressing. It is really just horrific. And so our dear John Doe's provided a general map of the area that's in the text box, plus some images that would look. Plus, get this. John Doe, who's T-Tank Barry, has recently been, guess where? He just took some photographs, and if they're recent, T-Tank, let us know if you just took those photographs of the Presidio Cemetery. He was essentially there at the same time you and I were. And tell people about how that impacted.
Here.
Yeah, yeah. And tell people how the cemetery in particular impacted you.
So we, I think Douglas he was experiencing his own trauma, during that portion of the trip. So, but I think he was also observing myself, and I struggled at the ritual site of the broken circle.
Yeah. Because
there was a lot of residual energy there. But by the time we pulled into the cemetery, I, had massive issues. I really couldn't breathe, and it felt like my diaphragm was being compressed, and I nearly threw up, I believe. So that was the most difficult part of the journey, and it literally took the rest of the day to recover. And I told you I usually smoke a cigar after something like that, so it took me till about 9 p.m., 10 p.m. after a cigar with some tobacco to recover from that one.
Mm-hmm. No. Yeah, and as Brendan says, yes, be glad you saw it when the sun was at its strongest. And by the way, John Doe, who is T-Tank Barry, confirms that, yes, the photos are from yesterday. So he was there yesterday. That's incredible, considering...
That's crazy.
Yeah, visiting his ancestors. He has ancestors buried there. So go on.
Yeah, I mean, it's a beautiful place. I was telling my wife it's the most beautiful view in San Francisco, and nobody sees the cemetery, but the cemetery sees the bay.
Yeah.
And we saw, I think it was 3 to 5 ravens, and I've always wanted to see a raven. I've never seen a raven.
There were a lot more than that, but you couldn't see them through all the headstones. I was counting them, believe me.
Yeah.
And you know what a group of ravens is called? They have a special name for it. They're called, and people can look this up, a group of ravens or crows is called a murder. It's called a murder of crows or a murder of ravens is what they call a group together.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, go on. Yes.
Yeah, no, it was beautiful, and I can generally traverse energy like that quite well. That was very crippling energy in the Presidio Cemetery. So it's something I've never experienced personally.
But beyond
I've been
that,
a lot of places.
As soon as we left it, a kind of race car was coming up the road, and you didn't catch the driver, but I did, and he was wearing a skull mask. And it was like, what the fuck was that?
Yeah.
Were you able to tell? You're a motorhead. What kind of car was that? I
think it was a Segway. It was a Segway. So it's like 2 wheels in front, 1 wheel in back.
Something like that. It was.
But also right after that, at the bottom of the hill, at that bar that the officers would drink at, what was that?
The final.
The final. Yeah. There was that insane looking homeless person sleeping on the bench, like maniacal faced, you know. So it was just, there's a lot of insanity in that area. It's just absolutely, the asylum rules the world there.
Yeah. It's when you say that area, Aaron's effectively saying the city and county of San Francisco, basically.
Yeah. So. I mean, it was so foreign to me to see, the first thing, I was down on Polk Street, and it's a nice area, but I mean, there's a gorgeous bakery with beautiful baked goods, and right in front of the door, there's a dude who's schizophrenic with his pants around his ankles, just leaning over, convulsing, and drooling into a coffee cup. And every time he convulses, more coffee and drool comes out, and you can't tell if he's bending over to, go in number 2, or if he's just convulsing. It was just, and this is everywhere. Like, the amount of insanity there is quite foreign to the East Coast. I mean, we have schizophrenic, insane people because the asylums were shut down back in the day, but not to that level.
And let people know that when it came to the position of these people, they all seem to be bending over and bearing their ass.
Yeah, bent over, bearing their ass. It's a very strange submissive position, and they're all alone. There's no one near them. It's just, it's off-putting to a level, even down, I mean, I was, before I met you yesterday, Douglas, I was down in the shopping district, so down by Hermes, and, I mean, the average handbag at Hermes is $20,000, and half a block away there's a schizophrenic with poop stains on their pants, bent over at the waist, just convulsing, you know, right on the street. It's insane. It's like, you know, how do you fix that? I don't know.
These things can be fixed, but it takes basically a restructuring of our social norms. And right now, our social norms they've gone to an insane degree of, shall we say, ignoring problems. That's the source of this problem, is that everyone is ignoring the problem. By the way, we just got a wonderful picture in the text box of City Hall from T. Tank Berry, which of course you took a picture of. You were saying how beautiful City Hall was. And take a look at this in the text box. I don't know. Can you see it, or do I need to share a screen for you to see this? Can you ask this? The text box.
I think I can.
So it's an image down at the bottom, and that's where you see this was all a cemetery directly in front of City Hall. Was all burial ground, and that angle shows it perfectly. It shows that ambience, and that became a enormous tent city for the longest time. You had a homeless encampment in front of City Hall that was just outrageous. It just kept expanding like a cancer till they finally just cleared them all out. And because this is the curse of liberal pathology taken to a psychotic degree, where it's like, oh, the homeless people are gods. It's like, that's what happened in San Francisco. And the horror of it is that I can totally relate to this one poor Chinese guy who was this hardworking Chinese guy who was trying to live the American dream. He went to school, he studied, he earned all his belongings, worked and got a car, and he's stopping at the gas station when one of these homeless motherfuckers, their big thing is they bring their greasy rags that are full of broken glass, and they just slam it against your windshield and start scrubbing to scratch your windshield so that you can't see it and that you die in an accident because you got scratches all over your windshield and you can't see what you're doing. And they do that because they want you to pay them to stop. They say the cleaning men, the squeegee men. And so they want you to pay them to stop immediately. But this Chinese guy was so angry, he pushed the homeless bastard back and cracked his skull open on the ground, and the guy died. And if I were there, I would have clapped. I would have said, good for you. Good for you. Now run him over. Now run him over and back over him again. But he went to jail for life because the city said, oh, you killed a poor, defenseless homeless man. This is just a hardworking 9-to-5 guy who's an accountant, went to school, just a, but he's in jail the rest of his life for murder because he killed someone who deserved to die and should be killed. And the majority of these homeless people that we saw should be killed. I mean, it's that simple.
Yeah, I didn't even tell you my struggles this morning. It was crazy.
So go on about that, please.
So I woke up early. I woke up about 2:45 Pacific time. I left the room around 3, and I go to the parking garage, which is half a block away, because it's 25 to park there versus 85 at the hotel. And all 3 doors are caged shut. So now I'm panicking. I'm like, I just want to go home. So I'm like, all right, the first door is closed. Maybe they rotate doors. So I'm going to the next door, Kearney Street, and I have to go past a recently created homeless camp. So now a dog attacks me. And they're yelling, yo, stop, to stop the dog. So I have to walk through the alley with the dog attacking me with the homeless camp, go to the second and then the third entrance. Finally, I called the number, and there is somebody that answers, and he opens the door for me. But I straight panicked because, you can't leave if your car is under graded doors. And then, so I finally got to the airport, dropped the rental car, and then the shuttle didn't stop at my terminal. So instead of a 20-minute tram ride, it was a 40-minute tram ride. So long story short, I got to the terminal literally 5 minutes or less before my plane boarded. It was crazy. It was just a crazy morning.
Oh my God, I'm so glad that you that's I'm so sorry. That was so stressful. Just hearing that story.
It was horrible. Yeah, it was horrible. Yeah, but that's, it's I will say this, I would love my wife to enjoy the beauty of San Francisco, but with the insanity that comes with it, I don't know that it would be enjoyable for a wife.
It's like it's hard to recommend. It's like there's advantages and disadvantages to everything. We would have to severely curtail our wanderings. That's if she were to come over, we would just select certain areas where as I said, there's residential areas that are where the homeless just don't go to because there's nobody on the streets to beg from or to harass.
Right.
But give you an example of what's in the chat room. In the chat room, we have an individual named Oceanus Procelarum or Procalarum. In the Greek, it'd be Okeanis Procalarum, who says, "Just joining the show. Where's San Mateo in relation to that?" And then when he heard me say, "These homeless people should be killed," he's like, "Well, I'm out." And it's like, well, I'm known for my harsh statements, and all I can say is, if you take offense to that, you have no idea what's going on here. It's not that I'm going to launch a campaign or waste time and energy for that as a solution, when that's going to happen on its own soon enough. Our society's going to decay and disintegrate.
Spend an hour in the Tenderloin.
Thank you. Thank you.
You'll feel
the
same way.
Tell them, Aaron. Tell them that the two people tried to kill us.
it's-
2 people tried to kill us.
Yeah, two people, and I felt naked because where I live, I carry weapons, and I had no weapons, so it was very difficult to navigate that, knowing I had no recourse because you've got people that are drugged out of their minds. But I told Douglas, after that particular walk, I'm like, there's 2 people that I would have stabbed immediately because they were coming at us, and they're looking to do harm. They're looking for an excuse to harm someone. That's what they're doing. Like, they're
I've
so
heard
angry.
them
They're
openly proclaim that.
Yeah.
Like, I was at some park in SF, and there was 2 dudes like arguing, and he's like, "Dude, you got to calm down," and the other guy's like, "I just got to rob someone. I just got to stab someone." Like, it was like an impulse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And his friend was telling him,
they're
"Don't
so
do it, man."
they're so emotionally bankrupt and so unregulated and so traumatized in life that they're any regulation is gone, and it's like the only expression they have is rage, pain, suffering, and hurt. It's extreme.
Yeah. And in terms of the Presidio, please share with people kind of like the wave of impressions that you got, aside from what you've already shared. Like you said, the broken circle area, which Brendan also stood in, and Brendan also felt the energy there. You said that if you had stayed there longer, it would have been detrimental, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, so, it was very surreal because I had no frame of reference. You picture a military base looking very militaristic. This doesn't look militaristic. It's now whitewashed.
Yeah.
And to be standing, I watched many years ago the Broken Circle and the story of the Broken Circle and the playground. And, it's even, I haven't really processed it all, but I stood where the circle was, and it was, I told Douglas, it was a buzzing energy. It was very intense, and so I stepped off of it to kind of alleviate it. If I stood there longer, it would have been definitely more detrimental, but even that wasn't nearly as let's say crippling as the cemetery. The cemetery energy for myself was indeed crippling, and I think Douglas witnessed that. I controlled it as much as I could, but it was difficult to push through the vomit and the not breathing. Like, it was intense. It was as if my diaphragm was being compressed, and hands on my chest pushing me back. It was very, very intense experience. And I usually don't, I'm not usually, I have a very good occult blanket, so to speak. Like, typically those things don't affect me that way. So that particular day, that particular energy was extremely intense.
And the weirdest thing about the crows, the ravens, were they were simply acting as messengers between the worlds, because there was no food. Unlike a Chinese cemetery or a Vietnamese cemetery where they leave offerings, and there's every reason for rats and other animals to appear, there's nobody leaving edible offerings at an American military cemetery. Indeed, they have people who live on site to prevent that. The fact that the crows are there, just wandering among the gravestones for no goddamn reason, they're drawn by an occult force. And I pointed out to Aaron that one of the gravestones had an inverted cross. I believe you saw that one, Brendan. You saw one of the gravestones in the Presidio Cemetery had an inverted crucifix on it, at least one. And
we saw multiple of those, plus the not only the Medal of Honor, but the actual upside down pentacle. So
yes,
it's just, you got to look for it, but it's there.
Yeah, and it's crazy. I mean, I was so happy to see the Ravens, and Douglas expressed it's a blessing, but to see such a beautiful piece of God's earth that was desecrated for such horrible atrocities, it's really sad that location was used for that. Any location would be sad, but that particular location is so gorgeous and so picturesque, and yet it is so tainted now from the deeds of the past. It's crazy.
Oh, and tell them the feeling that you had when I showed you the building that I was, quote unquote, essentially born in, where the sperm of.
Oh,
yes.
Yeah, it's so off-putting. It's like a dilapidated building that doesn't want anybody to be there. I can't imagine living in that building.
Yeah.
I didn't even want to be in the parking lot near the building, let alone people live in that. That building is not happy.
Yeah, definitely not. It's a very negative vortex. It was a very negative vortex, and that church had the feeling that no one has been in that church. It's like that church feels like no one's gone inside of that. There's only two things on that block: the church and that building, and then the swimming pool adjacent to the building, which is part for the tenants of that building, which looks so small that Aaron said it's more like a giant hot tub or something.
The best part of that day was going down the hill and stopping for a steak. That was, I think we both needed that little moment of rest after that intense day, because I mean, tackling the Presidio, that's a tall order. That's a big day.
Yeah, it was.
And then we did the Tenderloin the same day.
Yes,
we did the Presidio and the Tenderloin in the same day. We toured.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, the Federal Building. Tell them about the Federal Building.
Yeah. Oh, goodness, the Federal Building. My God, that's like, I mean, the Federal Building is only a block and a half from Tenderloin?
That's right.
Yeah, like the Federal Building is right there. They've got now what's crazy to me, I guess you live where you live, right? You can't really help where your parents raise you, but there's kids trying to skateboard at the Federal Building, but the Federal Building has all of the anti-skate devices, which is basically rivets screwed into the cement pylons so that you can't really get a good grind on the skateboard. But like, these kids are young and they're a block and a half from like the devastation that is the Tenderloin. So it's like, but again, I mean, you can't help where you're raised.
Yeah, but they're denied even that. They won't even let them skateboard on federal cement. There's no way they could hurt that cement. There's no way young skateboarders are going to hurt the cement, and it's perfect for like skateboarding, but yet they made sure that they spent the money to put those rivets in so they couldn't enjoy that cement block. Yeah. Yes. So, yeah, it was just, you must have been exhausted. How did you sleep that night? Any particular dreams, or you were just too dead tired?
No, I was so dead tired. So, like I told you, after like, dealing with that level of, I would say, occult chaos, I really just need to have some tobacco. So and this is the ironic part of the West Coast anyway, but so the cigar bar was filled and I wasn't gonna sit there in a pile of smoke anyway, so I just went to like one of the big buildings with the steps right near the Omni and smoked a cigar, and it was awesome. And I got to watch a homeless dude pick through the garbage.
While doing that, it's ubiquitous. It's just everywhere. And the Waymos again. Tell them about how the Waymos were.
I'll get to the Waymos. So I'm finishing the cigar, and one of the building employees is like, you can't smoke out here, man. You're not allowed to smoke at the building.
Wow, what an
And
asshole.
it was so ironic because it's like, I'm dressed proper. I'm not urinating and defecating on your grounds. And you've got homeless people picking through your garbage, but you know that you can tell me what the rules are, and I'm going to probably try to follow them because you're scared to tell the homeless people. It was just so ironic. But so the Waymos are invasive. I've heard Douglas talk about them. I heard Brendan talk about them, but I experienced them. They don't act like AI cars. They run in packs like sharks. They are dangerous. They almost hit my car driving. Yes. They merge when they shouldn't merge. They pull into traffic when they shouldn't pull into traffic. Like, it's just wacky. It is definitely Terminator City at this point, and the fact that there's 200,000 of them is insane.
Yes. Thank you.
Absolutely insane. So, I mean, I think we were near our dinner destination, and we watched a Waymo just stop in the street in front of Harris Steakhouse there.
Yeah.
And just start beeping like it was doing before they tried to push Brendan into traffic.
Yes. Yeah.
And for no reason. There was nothing in front of it. There was nothing behind it. It didn't have anything to do. There was no cab fare or anything. It just started beeping and making all this noise, creating chaos. So it's a very strange thing. I'm glad they're not in my city, and I hope people stop using them.
Yeah. Yes. Well, then where would they fuck?
Exactly. That's the problem. That's the problem. That's what I told my wife. I was like, if people just stop using them, she goes, well, the pimps are going to use them regardless. I'm like, yeah, you're right. Yeah. That's the first thing, it's apropos. It's San Francisco, the city of sin, So, like, the first thing I see is a pimp in a Waymo. I just couldn't fathom what it was.
Now, I don't think you described that well enough that people got what you were saying. The couple was fucking in the back, but the pimp was sitting in the front, correct?
So it was so strange, and I missed my turn 3 times because I see a naked woman's back against the rear passenger window. I'm like, what is happening here? I don't it's like you have no frame of reference. You've never seen anything like that. But then as I go further, I see like a very calm, not looking in the back seat white dude in the front passenger seat. I'm like, what the fuck is happening here? I don't understand. I just couldn't fathom. I literally missed my turn 3 times. I had to circle the block 3 times to get to the hotel. And it's 1 a.m. Pacific time, which is really 4 a.m. Eastern time. So I was super tired. So, my processing ability was limited anyway, but it was definitely like on hold for that exchange. I couldn't really clarify until I told Douglas what was happening, and he clarified it for me.
and like I said, I just didn't want to fall into a total, how would I say it, post-traumatic stress disorder flashback, which is why I refrained from putting out the same analysis when we passed by the Kings of Ellis Street, or right there near Turk, where the 2 black guys were kicking women around. Tell them they were literally kicking these women until they danced.
Yeah. So we're pulling into the Tenderloin, and you couldn't really tell if it was a girl or a guy. Then we figured out it was a girl with a do-rag and sweatpants and a T-shirt, just kind of dancing. But then this dude just walked up behind, and at the point I didn't know it was a girl. It was just a person. This dude walks up behind and just loads up, kind of like a Bruce Lee chest kick, and kicks her so hard in the back that they fall face first on the pavement. I mean, hard. It was hard. I'm like, and I was like, holy fuck, Douglas, he just kicked the fuck out of that person, like, for no reason. And I guess, it was a girl, and they weren't dancing to this dude's level of expectation. And he turned out to be like one of 2 guys that were running that particular block. But it's funny because it was like maybe a block or a half a block. It wasn't a lot of territory. Yeah. But they were really proud of running that block of people. Like they were,
it was their turf.
Like
their turf.
Yeah, like they were super stoked that they had that little section of turf that they could kick people and not get ramifications.
Yeah, and the barricade where they for one car they moved it. What the fuck?
Yeah, we couldn't even get through the one street because we're trying to circle so that I could take pictures of
my home.
Douglas
Tell them
grew up
about
in.
what was the energy feeling you had about that? El Cerrito Apartments. Any vibe there? Where...
No, because I couldn't really get a clear view because it was a sedan, so I couldn't get a clear view, and we could not approach it properly.
It was practically. It was almost like there was a supernatural force preventing us from getting anywhere near. We kept circling, right?
Yeah. There was no way to get there because we'd have to park, and the problem is the violence at that particular area was so bad. I don't know that we wanted to
risk the
deal
car
with it. I mean. Yeah, we would have been fine, obviously, but we would have had to fight our way out. I mean, there was already 2 or 3 people that needed, to not be breathing after their exchanges with us.
Yes. I mean, and I don't think people appreciate that that people are literally approaching you, charging you with murder in their eyes.
Yes, absolutely. They are so angry. They would like nothing more than to snuff your life out right there on the street. And the street smells of urine. There's human feces all around. And they want nothing more than to hurt somebody. And they would love it to be you. Yes, it's hard to describe that to people. You have to walk through the streets to find that feeling. But once you find it, you'll understand.
Yes, and the police station, the cars.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So most police stations are pretty proud of their cars being cleaned. These cars are dented up, dusty, dirty. There ain't a clean panel or window on these cars. They do not wash their cars. They couldn't give a care about their cars. It was unbelievable. They're filthy. Absolutely filthy. It's just crazy because 3 blocks in any direction, you've got a high net worth location with insanely expensive real estate, whether it's the financial district or the shopping district. It's not that far from all of it. It's really right in the heart of everything. Yeah. And thank you. It's definitely, so you got to see what I grew up in. That was far more traumatic for me than even the Presidio, because at that point I was already weakened by the sun, and then it hits me more psychologically. But at the Presidio, certainly we took a look at the church. And Aaron, I explained to Aaron that I was given the order never to go in the church again after the night of the Broken Circle. And chaplains are officers after all. And so I showed him this is a church I never entered again. And, and he felt some energy around some of the archaeological sites that Brendan had seen. In fact, we saw an office there. I don't know if Brendan, I was able to show Brendan that, or if he noticed it. Presidio Archaeology Department. I mean, absolutely. It's crazy because I'm sure they're not looking at the real history of it, which is why, like, when I go into a historic site now, I don't even look at the tour or the guided tour because it's typically bullshit. But the archaeological, what's that?
Holly, she was talking to somebody. Somebody was approaching her. That's why. It's so
the old remains there with the altar, I didn't really feel anything there until I got to the altar location, and then it was that's an intense location. But Douglas, I'm curious. It seemed like the Presidio was very difficult for you. So you actually held it together.
I suppressed it.
My perspective of it was you held it together very well in the Tenderloin, but I could see you're struggling at the Presidio, so you just controlled it differently, I guess.
Yes. What was going on was that in the Tenderloin, I was holding it together in the sense that I was prepared for violence. Certainly I was gunned and bladed, so I was ready for something serious if it happened. I was glad to be able to show you the strip joint where I used to work at, and the science fiction store that used to be next to it, which the strippers would go into that store. It was called Fantasy Etc. or what was it called? Fantasy Etc. And but the strippers would all buy vampire books. All of them would buy vampire novels. So it just had to cater to that, like have a whole section of books, popular novels in that regard. By the way, you'll be entertained by the image that T-Take Berry just loaded in the text box. I don't know if you could access that, but it's a picture of a car burning in front of the Tenderloin police station. So take a look at that photograph. And it's no wonder they don't give a shit about cleaning the cars. If they did, if that had a brand spanking new, sparkling, shining car that was polished, and people would just set it on fire. They would attack it because it was clean. Does that make sense? You get what I'm saying? So
yes.
Yes.
As far as I'm aware, they're the only ones that still operate Crown Vics.
There we
That's
are.
how much they know. If they bought a new car, someone would just blow it up.
Thank you. Yes, very important.
Or damage it.
Yeah, that makes sense. All the SUVs were very old, and it's just, it's a crazy area. It's just crazy.
Yeah, but at the Presidio, the sun was already beginning to impact me at the. Tell people about the Palace of Fine Arts. Yeah.
Oh my God, that was gorgeous! Like what a location. It's down. It's basically just below the Presidio on the bay. And it's an archaeological treasure. It's these giant columns with big square toppers on it with, I think it was swastikas interlaid with the Japanese sun. Was that?
The chrysanthemum. The imperial.
The chrysanthemum,
symbol. Yeah. To represent the axis. Go. Yeah, and beautiful representations of people. I'm not even sure what people they were because we were just trying to get through it so we get to the next thing. But what a gorgeous location. And you can view it for just a few dollars a parking fee, which is awesome. And it's literally just on the bay. Along with the Cthulhu tentacles. Tell them about the Cthulhu tentacles.
Yeah, they did, the off-putting part there was, on the roof of the structure where you can go in and look at artwork. They've got the Cthulhu tentacles that are like the balloon blow-up type things with lights shining on them. So it's like so off-putting.
It's the Edomites. The Edomites have to taint everything. The Edomites are tainting.
Yeah, that was the most disgusting part of the whole thing. It was such a gorgeous experience other than those fucking tentacles.
But let them know about your own feeling about a Tartarian feel you had about that.
Yeah, so I don't know how to describe it for people accurately, but I mean, we can barely get a concrete road to last 5 years. And these are columns that are supposedly 150 years old, and they're just fine with huge blocks of cement atop them, which are just fine. I mean, these are tons of weight. It strikes me that it's a lot older than 150, 200 years old. I would think it's much older than that even. But who knows? I mean, I don't know the history of it. It's something I was just confronted with, but it's absolutely old world looking. It's one of the relics that perhaps the powers that be were like, oh, we can leave this for them to look at. It's just absolutely gorgeous.
Thank you. I mean, it's profound, and you can give people examples about, like what you said about that multimillionaire who built that home in 6 years, and in those days.
Oh yeah. So with the Biltmore Estates in the Asheville area, in North Carolina, I think it was Joseph Livingston or whatever the Livingston was. Like, he supposedly visited the Blue Ridge Mountains and said, I must build a home here. That's the propaganda on the tour, And so 6 years later, he has this giant mansionous estate.
Edifice. He has an edifice.
Yeah. And it's comparable to like European castles, And when you look at it, if you have any knowledge of what it takes to build a house, I mean, there's no way he could source even the base material for that project in 6 years, let alone build it. Like, it's not even possible to even plan it in 6 years, let alone build it. It's probably a 50 to 100 year project, sourcing the material, getting it there, building it, and all that. So it just strikes me as one of those things where it's like, it's not something, down at the bay there with those giant columns, it's not something you just throw up overnight. I mean, that's not a quick build. These columns are, what do you think they are, 50, 60, 70 feet high, Douglas?
Oh, at least. At least, yeah, they're
At least, right?
very
Yeah,
imposing.
yeah.
It's solid, heavy.
Yeah.
It brings to mind Stonehenge. As a matter of fact, it's certainly
Yeah.
comparable to the Acropolis in Greece. Yes. Go.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very much a Greece Italian feel. The whole city has a Greece Italy feel, but then on the top of those stones are giant cement blocks that are the size of the width and breadth of more than 5 or 6 of those columns sitting on the columns.
Yeah.
And it's a tremendous amount of weight, and there's no show of wear.
Yeah.
Like they're not looking like they're breaking down. Now in cement terms these days, the cement we make, it breaks down. Like it doesn't last. You have to redo it every few years.
Yeah.
So the fact that that's that old and still just showing no signs of wear is like, well, that's better construction by far.
Yes. Yeah. And it's profound, and it gives one a real sense of how far we've sunk as a civilization, how far we've degenerated.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was incredible to see the whitewashing of the Presidio. You know, you've got a Disney museum.
Yeah, tell people about that. Yes.
Disney museum, little overnight hotels.
Oh, the Tenderloin Museum. What on earth do you think is in there? What the fuck?
They probably have a little piece of excrement. And maybe they have a scratch and sniff urine sticker so you can smell it. I don't know. It's like
I would expect a mountain of used needles, the skulls of prostitutes who were murdered by particular serial killers or something. It's like
I couldn't fathom how these people run eateries, like the food establishments. Like how do you serve food to people that may rob you and kill you at any moment? It's like that's a different level of stress. So it was kind of sad.
Yes, and when okay. So this is what our man says. Brendan Zogan says this sick shit's in the Tenderloin Museum. Oh my fucking god! So take a look at that in the text box, and that's a link to Lord Frederick screening and artist talk, and it looks like a black tape.
Do you want to know? This is their main event this Thursday. If you want to go.
Oh God, what is it?
It says Lord Frederick,
oh my God,
aka the black, blind, gay, sexy artist of San Francisco, and it's a black dude in a top hat, a blind guy.
Wow.
So that's what you can see at that place. And then here, just to give you an idea what else is there, it says July 1st to the 31st, watch the Compton Cafeteria Riot and other public programs. It's like, what are they just promoting this shit? Like, they're promoting like just degeneracy, or what's going on?
Aaron,
it's crazy.
You've been there, Aaron. Who do you think would walk through that war zone of violent people charging at you?
Oh, get this.
Yeah.
Get this, Doug. It says walking tours.
Yeah.
Neighborhood walking tours.
That's crazy. That? I mean,
it's $10 a head. Who would go there? That's insane.
Yeah, it's crazy.
$15.
And that
Aaron,
walking.
You owe Doug $15. Historical walking. $15.
They need to be paying you.
Gladly.
They need to be paying you to go through there. They ought to be paying you.
It's insanity.
Yes.
It's insanity. It's definitely the most violent.
But you can hang out with
location.
the black, blind, top hat gay guy. Don't forget about that.
Exactly what I want. And you know what he'll do? He'll say, "Oh, come here closer, Aaron. Let me feel you. I can't see you, so I need to see you. Yeah, I need to see you with my hands. I need to see you with my hands." By the way, that was the funniest shit that Aaron ever said about Jambo the Reese Monkey. He pointed out Jameson could at least hold the conversation, even though he was totally not registering you as a human being. But he said Joe Ty,
right.
It was just monosyllabic. It was.
Yeah, I got pretty angry about. I was helping to host with Joe Ty, and I was like, "So what do you think, Joe? What about this and that?" And he's like, "Yeah, No. And I'm like, oh my fucking God. What? Yeah, he angered me.
Yeah, he was just planted to try and make Taiwanese look stupid. He claimed he was Taiwanese and all that crap, and it was just he's just another plant. And now he writes Real Tech Geek and tells him that he's Jewish and that he's seen a rabbi and all this crap, and that would almost make perfect sense because he was planted the time I got sick and asked him to relieve me, to see if I could rally myself. Just hold the stage, and then he just started spouting all this Judeo-phobic crap to get my channel shut down. It was, these people are all planted. They're all assignees, and they all have, okay, here we have another link to the walking tour. Valley Queens, Unspeakable Vices, Valley of the Queens. Tenderloin Museum is thrilled to partner with Unspeakable Vice, a volunteer history initiative making queer belonging.
This place needs to get shut down. It says take a walking tour of Polk Street. I mean, are they insane? You got to have an armed guard to do this shit.
Yes, which is what Aaron had. Yeah,
shaken down by those. You're gonna get shaken down by the drag queens that they have in that photo. Like those are scary drag queens. Like they'll beat your ass.
Yeah,
and not in any kind of innuendo. It's like literally they'll fuck you up.
Oh, there's a photograph from Aaron's travels. There's a photograph that the guy's got his pants down. He's just showing his ass to the world.
Yeah.
Yeah, and everybody just
this is Peter Moon's kind of city.
Yeah.
Definitely. If you
this is wild. This guy's dressed to the nines.
Yeah. We had 4 pairs of pants, but so that's if you can open the video, you'll see him like twitching and stuff, but the building he's in front of is a gorgeous bakery with awesome baked goods. I mean, like the tourists walking in and out have no idea what's going on.
The people walking by it, it's like he's like a plant or like some kind of furniture.
Yeah. And that's the guy that had a cup of coffee, but he was twitching so bad he spilled the coffee and then drooled into the cup and then spilled the drool out of the cup of coffee onto the ground. It was so bad.
Tell people about how you saw the guy come in and rob Starbucks.
Oh, yeah. So I'm sitting in Starbucks in the financial district, like one of the nicest areas you could be in. And this dude, he's probably 6'3", schizophrenic, screaming at the top of his lungs, swearing, and just grabs some of the, online orders off the counter, like the egg bites, and just walks out. And then he grabs his big bag of stuff outside the door and drags it behind him and walks to wherever he's going to hang out for the day. It's like Santa Claus, and who's going to stop him? Nobody's going to stop. Now, where I live in the South, if somebody tried that, somebody's going to get shot.
Yeah, they'll just kill him. Yeah.
Yeah, you're not. It's not going to happen here. So that's some of the adventures. But yeah, I just wanted to cry this morning when the garage was shut. All 3 doors were shut.
I don't blame you. I would experience this overwhelming panic. It would just be this.
Yeah, that's what I had. I had panic. I don't panic a lot because I'm pretty calm, but I definitely panicked. I'm like, oh, here we go. But got home safe, and it was an awesome time touring. Really, it's your life. It's not really, to me, it's not San Francisco. To me, it's just the history of Douglas's life.
Thank you.
And understanding
the
experience of it.
That was the tour. Yeah. And so you see my life was an endless sea of horrors. You realize that now.
Yeah. And, near your house, we saw the little girls dancing and enjoying. And
Yes.
It was sweet because that's what life should be as a child.
Yes.
Not what Douglas had to deal with, and probably what all these children in the Tenderloin have to deal with,
yes.
To be honest, So that was it was again, it's it's bittersweet. You see some beautiful things, and then you remember there's so many people that don't have those things.
Yes. Yeah. And Brendan, what were you going to say about that?
I was gonna say yeah. And if Doug's making up his whole life, he sure picked a shitty backstory.
Yeah.
When all these people are his real name is not Douglas Dietrich. It's well, then his backstory is the worst possible backstory you could pick.
Yeah.
There's no pizzazz. There's just hell and shit. So. So it's like,
and even the Presidio is rough. Like that's rough.
I
That's
think
rough
it's almost
stuff.
worse, but like Doug said, it's just.
The Presidio was worse in
caused more
other
damage.
ways. Oh, Aaron, tell them about the senior center. Tell them about the senior center.
So the library.
Actually, I was able to take Aaron into the library. I was able to take him into the library. So tell them, Aaron, about what it was like.
Yeah, we walked in because they thought Douglas was rehabilitating somebody, so they let us walk in, and it's a Alzheimer's and dementia senior exercise center.
Yeah. Now they don't have the exercise machines anymore. They took them out, so they're just kind of like using it as almost like a daycare. It's basically adult daycare.
Yeah. And it seemed to be like a party day where they had some food brought in and some older people that were coming there to celebrate, and they were very kind and sweet. And I got to walk through the entire library with Douglas unfettered. And then we walked all the way around the library. I saw where the incinerators were. We saw where the ritual was performed. We saw where the computers were stored, where he would store his data. It was, we saw the tunnel coming out from under the library to the computer section. It was really awesome to be able to see where all that history took place.
Yeah, no one else had that privilege. Brendan couldn't go inside because it was closed. Sammy couldn't go inside because it was open, but they were only allowing the seniors in to exercise. But you're the first person. It was just a day where the woman said, "Come on in." This old lady coming out said, "Come on in," and And tell about the young girl how her response to me.
She was so excited about what they do, and Douglas was explaining, yes, my parents were partially rehabilitated here when I was caring for them, and this facility also helped to get me Meals on Wheels. And then she seemed to be like totally shocked that Douglas would even be on Meals on Wheels, because he dresses to the nines and he looks very well put together. Doesn't look like he needs Meals on Wheels, but she kind of shut down at that point. Like, you need Meals on Wheels? It was interesting.
Yeah, it was like after that she wanted nothing to do with me. It was almost like that. Very bizarre.
Yeah. Very strange. But yeah, no, I got to see a lot of it. It's just
And did you get any feeling when I was pointing out this is the children's room, this was the military library, this is the bathroom where I'd have to clean the kitchen? What was the
I have just sad, really sad, because all the stories you've told over the years, some of the most empathic things you've shared is helping the children who are bleeding after the abuses and getting the tampon machine put in. So to be near the place where that happened was very, very hard, because I know that those are the things that kind of broke your heart, because you had your upbringing that was simply horrible, and you had to witness these children going through similar things. So that was really hard.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that. So Aaron really got an in-depth tour of my life story, and it was a very hard day, and I'm surprised that both he and I rebounded as well as we did. I mean, you don't sound exhausted. You don't sound exhausted at all.
No, I napped on the plane. It was uncomfortable, but I did nap on the plane, and that steak last night was good, so I got some energy out of that. And you don't get many times in life to share times with true friends. So,
by the way, tell people about the funny story about STK. I mean, it was so bizarre.
Yeah. So we couldn't get reservations in any places we wanted for Friday night, because it's Friday night.
Oh yeah, tell them first about, of course, the prime rib and how bizarre that was first. That's the opener. There was the prime rib.
Oh yeah, so one of the most famous restaurants there is the San Francisco House of Prime Rib, and so we couldn't get a reservation, but people will line up at the door before they open to try to get to the bar. So we were like, all right, we'll give it a shot. So we lined up at the door, but we're not, chattel or pigs, but these people lined up, rushed the door like it was, I don't even know how to describe it. Like it was a 500-pound plus barbecue all-you-can-eat buffet or something. I don't know. It was crazy. Like we couldn't even get to the door. So we're like, all right, I've got backup reservations at STK.
Talk about the bartenders first. When we did,
Oh, so I'm like, hey, can we sit at the bars? And you got to talk to him. You got to go talk to him. And I go over and talk to him, and I'm like, hey, can we sit at the bar? He's like, what the fuck? Yeah, you know. And I'm like, all right, we're just gonna leave. So we circled around, exited, and retrieved our car from valet parking and just drove to STK because there's no other reservations available. And STK, they stuck us with a server that didn't know anything about the menu.
Well, first the dancer, the guy dancing.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there's a guy dancing with an STK sign. Now, that being said, I did go to an STK down in Florida. That was amazing. So the fact that the STK in San Francisco is less than good is sad. But so we had a less than stellar experience that night. So the fact that last night at Harris redeemed us was very necessary. That was everything that's good about dining out. That was an amazing experience last night.
Yes. And I mean, I thought the STK was good in its own way, but definitely it was bad in so many other ways. It was really sad too.
Yeah.
It was like it was like nobody was there, yet somehow they made this big show of being busy. It was like they all seemed to be busy, but it's like there's nobody there. But the young lady, that was sad because yes, she didn't know anything, and it was it was like it's just weird. It was weird, but and the wall. It was like all these horns.
Yeah.
And it was lit up red. So all you could think of is we're in hell. It's just all these horns.
I should have taken a picture of it and shared it tonight. Like, but it was it was a little bit like being in hell.
Just all these horns.
Oh,
like,
and then
go on.
And then the other thing, and then I'm gonna retire for the evening. But we did try to drive past Aquino's house, and we weren't able to find it. So that was interesting.
Yeah, and you know what? That's because I didn't have my notes with me. I managed to compartmentalize that and get rid of that out of my memory, but I do have the exact address. But it's definitely is on Leavenworth. Give me just 1 second while you continue talking for a few moments before you retire, and I'll see if I can grab that. Give me just a second here. I'll be right back.
Sure. So yeah, it was an interesting tour. I'll say that. And now it's just kind of if anybody who's listening hasn't been in San Francisco, I think it's the extremes of everything at this point. I think back in the day, it was just a gorgeous, wonderful place to live, probably. But now it's so extreme in that the beauty, the views, and the climate are so extremely gorgeous.
Yeah. Can't find it right now. But continue with what you were saying about what was gorgeous.
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about the princess on the skate rollers? Oh my God, that was beautiful. Yes, Pink Princess.
Yeah. Oh, that was great. But you've got the bay, you've got the hills, you've got the climate, you've got the real estate. It's really gorgeous on one level, but then the lack of handling the city properly, and the violence and the schizophrenics and the homeless and the drugs, on that side it's horrendous. So it's this dichotomy that's so extreme. It's sad to see such a mismanaged piece of property.
Thank you. Yeah, really was. And it's, as I explained to Aaron, even though Aquino's home is on Leavenworth Street, or one of the homes that he lived in, my mind is so compartmentalized by my psychiatrist for the sake of my sanity. It's kind of like it essentially prevented us from finding it. Even now, when I'm looking for notes where I know I wrote it down, I can't seem to find the notes at the moment. I'll find them later, but that's, you get the point. It's almost like protection for the sake of my sanity that we couldn't find it. But we made an effort, and we certainly saw plenty of other things that were relevant. What I was struck with was how shocked Aaron was when I showed him the sarcophagus of the founder of the First Unitarian Church and told him how the kids, and he was just, he was just appalled. The kids on Halloween had taken his skeleton out and hung it up like a tech.
Well, I'm not appalled at that. What I'm shocked at is that
someone would
these
have
pansy-ass kids growing up, they can't even handle their day if they don't get a cafe mocha or a latte delivered correctly with their soy milk. And yet these kids manage to open a sarcophagus and hang a skeleton from a building. I don't see this generation as being that ballsy. So I'm appalled that happened. And it strikes me as not possible with the current generation of youngins. You know what I mean? Like
yes, I get it.
That's my sense at it. Like, it's almost like somebody wanted to do that and blamed it on some kids, but in reality, I don't think kids that I've seen growing up have that capacity unless they're truly troubled. Maybe they came from the Tenderloin.
Yeah,
Who knows?
that's a thought. That's a thought. I don't know where they came from, so that's a good point. By the way, Brendan, if you're still on with us, maybe you could just relate to Aaron just before he goes how you saw the kids in the Tenderloin in the cage and they were totally unsupervised, but somebody had locked them in like they were animals. And they were asking for, not for food, of course, they were asking for cigarettes and condoms.
Oh, you're talking about those feral kids?
Yeah, tell them about that.
Yeah, that was like somewhere north of Japantown. I don't know if it bled into the Tenderloin, but it was somewhere horrendous. But we walked by this, like, it looked like kind of like a park, but it was like in between a skate park and like a normal park. It was weird, like with like a jungle gym. And there were all these like teenagers. I mean, they were maybe 13, 14, max, like maximum. And they were all like making out with each other, snogging away. And then when we get up, yeah. And when we get up there, we were like, get in there, you know, like what's going on? And they said, fuck you. You got any cigarettes? Give me cigarettes.
Wow.
And we were just like, we were like, fuck you. No, we're not giving you nothing. And where the fuck are your parents? And they just said, no, we're just in here. Fuck you. You know, they wouldn't answer us.
Like they were sentenced.
It was bizarre.
Like they were sentenced. By the way, if you look in
Like
the
they
text, go on, no, continue. Like they were, continue. Like they were what?
Wait, what did you say? Like
I was just going to point out that in the text box, T-Tank Barry has entered the building that was owned by Michael Aquino, the home that he lived in. So that's on Leavenworth Street. Yet we didn't see that. But then again, it looks fairly innocuous. But if you look at it, it's there. So do access that, Aaron, if you will. That's what we missed. Somehow we missed that, and it could be maybe we didn't go far enough. But it was. I do believe that maybe that building does not exist anymore, or maybe it's been reconstructed, or the facade has changed. Or maybe Barry took that photo recently. But I'm asking if he knows the numeric address. Because that's the one that was raided, and that's the one all the kids identified when the FBI drove them by, and they all said it was black on the inside. Everything was black and had the soundproof chamber. So,
I remember hearing.
Yeah.
I remember hearing that, but for some reason these images aren't downloading in my Teams app, so I'll have to retrieve it.
There's
via
a
the computer.
workaround for that. There's a workaround.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you go, there's something up at the top, I forget which one, but it'll bring you to your page, and there'll be a photo section, and they'll be coming up in there. On a phone, they end up coming up on my phone, but it takes a long time.
So the address is.
T-Tank Barry keeps them coming, man.
Yeah,
right on.
I appreciate that, Holly, for the remedy for that, because mine does the same.
Yeah, thank you, Holly.
Yeah,
thank you, Holly.
By tomorrow, they'll be up, and so I'll have to look at them then.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Okay.
2430 Leavenworth.
But you can see them now
Yes.
if you go to that special screen.
There we are, 2430 Leavenworth.
Awesome. Thanks.
Yeah, so it was
And Douglas, we were
2,400.
there. We were at. Oh, we didn't go far enough.
Yeah, we didn't go far enough. It's
We were at
2430
we went. I think we pulled off at the 2000 block, so we were really close, but we did drive.
Yeah.
Yeah, I drove by it. It's closer to what is it, California Street? You know where the Fat Bank is and stuff. It's like right off of there somewhere.
Okay, thank you.
remember.
Okay. Yeah. we drove everywhere. We saw a lot. I mean, between me walking through the city and us driving through the city, I saw a large percentage of that city. So we saw a lot. But on that note, everyone, I just wanted to check in, say hello.
Thank you.
I appreciate the time. Yeah, Team Dietrich, keep up the good work. Appreciate you all, and I'll chat with you as soon as I can.
Yes.
Good.
Thank you so much. Love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. Okay. And yes, blessed be. And hopefully he can join us again soon. So Amy took off, and probably because she only has a limited amount of battery time, and but I think she also has limited access to Wi-Fi. She has to be in a certain area, and the hotspot kind of is almost like the Bermuda Triangle. It's there, and then it's not. So Amy's no longer with us. Our dear T-Tank says, God bless you, Aaron. So I want you to know that, Aaron. Hopefully he sees that when he scrolls up. We have some excellent research done by our dear T-Tank Barry. Michael Aquino family, Lilith Aquino and Michelangelo Aquino, whom he was named after. He's actually a numbers guy, meaning that he's like a numeric heir to the name. He's actually Michelangelo Aquino II, Michael Aquino. His father was the first. And then buyer, Lilith Aquino and Michael A. Aquino. Seller, Michael Aquino family. Yes, was later sold. Buyer, Michael Aquino. Seller, Michael Aquino family. I guess they're buying it and selling it to themselves. Maybe they did that for some legal reason after the police raid. Everything is done for some purpose of obscuration when it comes to them. So all that being said, so before I go back into kind of a monologue, which I invite everybody to interject, that's, I want to thank Brendan for sharing that, everything he shared, and Holly, I'm sad that you didn't get a chance to ask Aaron any questions, but with what he brought up, are there any, does that bring up anything to you that you'd like to ask about or mention?
Man, I had 100 comments throughout. It was a fascinating and well-detailed report, almost like a debriefing, if you will.
Yeah.
But I was on the edge of my seat, but unfortunately I did miss a chunk in the middle there.
Right.
So I will review that tomorrow.
Yeah. And
it was a lovely man, and we had a wonderful talk. And but I was trying to listen with the other ear, and I just couldn't.
Oh,
so I will hear it again. Yeah. It was a complete and full report, which I appreciate.
Yes.
And an eventful day.
Oh, yes, very much so.
Big time.
Yeah, and I'm trying to remember if there was anything else in particular. I did show him what I had showed Brendan around the neighborhood, too. So he did see the magic telephone pole, quote unquote, and he saw the...
sure he did.
Yeah, and he saw the the steak right across the street from my home. Yeah, that's nothing but a steak. Yeah,
right.
Directly across from my home. And I was pointing out to him, of course, where Leatherface lives. So all that being said, quite a bit.
Well, still sawing away back there?
Yeah, unfortunately, yes. Oh my God. Oh, and I did misdescribe his vehicle because I'm not a motorhead, and it's just, to me, big vehicle, and I just said SUV when it's not an SUV. Of course, a person like that would never drive an SUV, because an SUV is more like, it could be the kind of car that would be used by a pedophile to abduct children in, because there's a lot of room in the back to maintain a torture chamber or something. But it was a truck, a pickup. It was a pickup truck that he drives. He drives a pickup truck, which is much more appropriate for a chainsaw welding maniac, and so that's what it is, big pickup, and that's the term I should have used. There's a few other times I've misused terms recently that, all such being said,
before you get going, can I toss out a random wacky headline of the day?
Please, take your time.
Okay. If you mentioned it already, tell me, but
I doubt it.
Apparently, today, 4 toppest tech row executives were inducted into the U.S. Army as lieutenant generals.
Disgusting. Go on, please.
The CTO of Palantir, some other top guy from Meta, he might be the Hindu one, and then 2 from OpenAI in a special division.
Special division, like Special
Special.
Olympics. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they're special,
they-
all right. They're in that yellow bus when they go to the Pentagon.
Check it out.
You know,
The short bus.
those old heads treat them like that too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Oh, no
yeah. Now
doubt.
they do.
I hope so,
When the
yeah.
whip comes down.
Give them the
But-
special.
Yeah.
Well, because they're guaranteed they'll never face combat.
Yeah.
Number one,
Yes.
they're intelligence providers.
Intelligence
Of some
providers, and all they
sort.
provide is stupidity. They're stupidity providers.
So
but
they
go on.
don't have to do basic training or any kind of fitness, but they get weapons training.
Oh, that's
Whoopee.
yeah,
Yeah.
preposterous. We're going.
That's so
Right?
stupid.
They rest their guns on their bellies.
Yes, yes. They,
And something else, fighting
If they're living in
techniques.
Texas, they've already been to the shooting range like 100 times.
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah, they know how to shoot a gun. I don't know about these guys though. They're kind of pencil necked,
yeah.
and
These are all dorks.
you know,
Well,
maybe they're really
What's their
good on.
qualifications? They played Call of Duty a couple times.
That's what I'm saying. They might actually be good at Mortal Kombat. But they're all part of the lethality push. They just love that word. They're going to make the military more lethal.
How are they gonna make the military more lethal?
They're saying this shit with a straight face, man.
Yes, it's so sick. And you know what this is? This is the true
So-
degeneration of the military into absolute nothing madness. Where you know this is like. But go on, continue, please.
And corporate.
Yeah, yeah, and
Sorry,
corporate.
but
Well, you know what?
because apparently they'll have full access to all levels of personal information.
But by the way, Aaron Tice says thank you, Holly. Aaron Tice says thank you, Holly.
Yeah, it was wonderful. Wonderful account.
Yeah.
I want to get the middle.
Yeah.
I got the cemetery at the end, which was fascinating.
And
But
so-
anyway,
Yeah.
that's all I got
yeah.
is about that. So put that in your pipe and smoke it, right?
Oh no! It shows us quite a bit. It
Yeah.
reminds me of World War II of what they called the 90-day wonders, but they would force these people who were considered highly intelligent specialists to go through a 90-day boot camp to become officers.
Right. Oh,
and-
no.
Yeah, but not
Not
these
anymore.
guys. Yeah. Oh no, not these
And
guys.
you notice Elon's not at the table, so he's probably in a corner sucking his thumb and crying and
sulking.
kicking.
Oh, sulking.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And but what I'm surprised you didn't bring this up, Holly. Obviously, you noticed it and it struck you, but you need to articulate that this shows now a melding of the military-industrial complex into just a seamless corporate entity. That now the military is being corporatized, and the corporation is now becoming literally part of the military, the corporate world.
Because you called me an indoctrinated commie.
Yeah, that's not true. That's not true. It's the observation.
Oh, it
that I
totally
would-
is.
Yeah. I mean, I mean, what I'm saying is
And
that
I will
yeah.
say on my own behalf,
Yeah.
distrust of corporations spans the political spectrum.
Well, it should. Yes.
I agree.
Yeah, it should.
Don't make me an indoctrinated commie.
All right. Well,
It really doesn't.
no. Well, understand that I say that affectionately. It's not that.
I do.
yeah.
It could be worse.
Yeah, it's but when it comes to well, what was it we had brought up that again? Oh yes. So now I know that you are certainly very liberal progressive and
Certainly.
and that
Born
you,
that way.
yeah, and
It
you're
wasn't
very,
a choice.
yeah, and you're very humanitarian. But could you understand when we're confronted with the sheer violence, the hostility of these people in San Francisco. And when I say, you know, the solution is to kill them, I mean, understand these people were charging us with knives.
Listen, it brought back visions of Manhattan in the 70s, which was my teenage span, 70 to 80. I was a teenager and had free roam, 50-cent bus ride from my front door of Manhattan and New York City, all up and down. And so there was plenty of aberration back then. And then every place got super cleaned up because of militarized police, essentially. So, you know, from the 90s and the 2000s, I used to spend a great deal of time in San Francisco for a variety of reasons. And the last 10 years, COVID, old car, it's kind of fallen away. And so it does grieve me because any big urban, you're going to get crazy and random and street predators. But 90s and the 2000s, I walked everywhere up there, all up and down, side to side, anywhere I wanted to go. Walked and walked and walked for duty and pleasure and exploring and the whole thing, and got away with it scot-free. So that now, I mean, you know, there's a lot of hype in the right about San Francisco's a sewer because we're liberal. And it is sad. Well, and again, this gets into corporate trashing again because it's so basic. It all boils down to, if it's impossible to to pay for a roof and a place to sleep, you're going to get chaos. Boom. And now what's happened in the street drug world is a whole new breed of zombified people with a lot of energy.
Tell our listeners about in the old neighborhood you used to live in. There was a van that was going around passing out these drugs. That
waves would come through.
Yeah.
Waves would come through. Now you could get K2 and Spice for $2 an ounce in any bodega or fucking gas station. But there were waves that would come through, and I forget what one that was called.
But there was a specific van that you saw, I think, that was almost...
That was a different van, and that was just too weird to even relate, because it'll sound too fucked up and crazy. But
no, don't be afraid. Come on. Okay, so please relate that story.
Crazy.
Please relate that story.
It doesn't have anything to do with drugs.
It doesn't need to have anything to do with drugs. Relate the story.
Okay. Oh, God. There was this van, and it was white. This sounds so goddamn crazy. And it happened to a friend, not to me, the fine alley. But this happened, so help me God. There was this van that showed up, and it was super tall and super big, and it was driven by this angry-looking old guy with like a baseball hat and a ponytail. And he had a look in his eye like, you know, don't fuck with me. And it was everywhere all of a sudden. I mean, this whole thing happened over like 4 days, 5 days maybe. And I saw it and noticed it for some reason. I don't know why. I don't even look at shit like that. I don't care about cars and stuff, you know, except for driving safely. And my good friend also noticed it. And I forget a lot of the details of this story, but it was hilarious funny because she said something and I said, oh yeah, I saw that. And so that night we hang out, we have a long sunset, we're in our car going home. We pull over out of the car in a dark spot to pee, okay? And this van pulls up, like right behind us. This crazy van, right? Mm-hmm. So, what the fuck, big deal, no big deal. So, next day comes, and we're not together that night. She's with her friend, parked up down at the beach, and the van pulls up in front of them about 50 feet. And there's just something about this thing, man. I have seen 2 in my life evil cars. Those are different stories. Twice. Evil cars. But this was a van. And it was clean and shit. But it looked like reinforced, strangely. And there's all kinds of military stuff around and weird shit, here. So it pulls up and it starts to display. Well, here's what happened. I'm in bed reading a book, and her and her friend burst into my front door. Their eyes were white like golf balls, just that look of total pale white shock. Burst into my front door, panting, and say, "You can't believe this." And so they pulled up in front of them, a ways up. It put out this weird light display that they could not describe effectively. And I have no idea what they were trying to convey. And then one of the black slider windows opened up.
Mm-hmm.
A tentacle comes out.
Wow.
Tentacle comes out.
Mm-hmm.
And then a second one. And something slips out of that window and crawls under the bottom of the van, out of sight.
Yeah. Wow.
This story doesn't make sense. I mean, it's not rational and there's no resolution. And I don't think the guy ever got out. And she was going to take a picture, but she got this stone like sword in her heart realization. Whatever you do, don't do that. So she didn't. And I don't know, I forget what else happened, but that was pretty much, they just came straight to my house and fell in the door, literally on the floor. So, it was like, it was all full of lights inside too, computer banks and stuff. You could even see that in the daytime. But I'm wondering if there's some kind of tank in there.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why it was so heavy and reinforced.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And whatever, they pulled up to the side of the road and let out of there. All I know is after hearing that story, I got up in the morning, stepped to the door, threw it wide open, and the first thought in my head was the van is gone.
Mm-hmm.
Van's gone. And that was that story.
Thank you for sharing that. And it takes courage to share experiences like this, but they're important.
Yeah, if it wasn't verified by somebody that could never make that story up,
Yeah.
let alone 2 of them.
Yeah.
These are trusted people that are rational.
Mm-hmm. But by the way,
when you get that, you don't see that look of shock.
Yeah.
When you see the look, when it's on your face.
Mm-hmm.
You can't fake that.
Yes. No, it's so true. It's so true. And yeah. And by the way, when it came to some thoughts on the homeless situation, we had you were bringing up, of course, a kind of social issue where housing is expensive, and then you were bringing up the street drug scene. And as our friend Brendan has pointed out, it's not really that with these people. And certainly when Aaron Tice says, is it all policy-based? Because, of course, we're accused, California's full of homeless because there are a bunch of liberal progressives. This is, look, all this needs to be taken into consideration, but the problem is, people are not seeing the problem, and the problem is that you have, obviously, we did away with insane asylums, and we pretty much did this on a state-by-state basis, but it happened all over the nation.
It was federal with Reagan, wasn't it?
It was It probably was. Now that I think about it, I thought
But
he
they
had
were
done
mostly
that.
state hospitals. They're all state hospitals, but maybe they were getting federal money.
That's why I thought he had done that when he was the governor of California. I thought he had closed down all of California, but I might be wrong. I thought he had closed down all of California's insane asylums.
I'm not sure. You may be very well right.
But he might have
But
done
they
that. When he was
closed down on
president.
the East Coast too.
Yeah, so it might have happened.
But they
while he
were
was president.
bedlams. They were, for the most part, bedlams.
Well, it's better than what we got now.
Flat out on the street with nothing.
Yeah, but there's something about these people that is well beyond drugs. It's well beyond narcotics. The first thing Aaron said to me.
What I'm saying is that the worstest of these street drugs that make people want to eat each other and shit.
Yeah.
Does the sort of a prion disease type brain damage.
Yeah. That's right. Well,
where they might not be high.
Yeah.
But there's a devil that comes in. There's demons and spirits that come in with that shit.
Oh yeah.
I've witnessed it. I mean, and I have used those drugs, not spice and shit, but everything else that's actual, and the whole way that meth chemistry changed.
Yeah.
When you couldn't get drugstore ephedrine anymore, and it went to this P2P method, which is pure like propane and stuff. I mean, it's just ghastly chemical. So it has changed the effective behavior with this great chemical switch.
Yeah. I mean, the first thing Aaron said to me when he and I rendezvoused was, is it drugs? What kind of drugs are they using to make them like this? I don't think these people can afford to buy any drugs. Most of these people aren't even able to afford street drugs. It's well,
I think you do stuff in order, like, I don't know, sexual or whatever.
Yeah, well, obviously,
I don't know.
The whores we saw were archetypal
but
crack
they got
whores.
devils.
Yeah.
Isn't that like being possessed?
No, I hear you. But I think these people are truly just naturally possessed. They are just they're baseline like that. They are like that baseline. But what was interesting,
maybe after generations of drug addict parents or something. I don't know.
But well, I don't think so. It's
or
something more
400
like,
years of slavery, or who the fuck
well,
knows?
then we're actually giving them an excuse. We're actually at that point where
there's excuses and there's reasons, and there's discrimination required there.
Yeah. And
down to a case-by-case basis.
We can't work case by case in a situation like this. We're being over.
No,
it's zombie
I get
land.
that.
We're in zombie
I get that.
land.
Yeah. Whatever the reason, this is the result.
Yeah, and what I will say though, Brendan, if you're with us, if you can unmute, there's something I'd like to tell you, and Holly's welcome to give her own thoughts on this. But while I was with Aaron, he did elucidate me, enlighten me to, he did enlighten me to a certain factor that makes so fucking much sense. One of the, obviously, Lena Shea, whom I just got this Facebook notification of that was weird, because Facebook usually gives me notifications of, you've got, by the way, for those of you who do not know, I am permabanned from Facebook. But it still sends me notifications that you can never stop or turn off. And if I went onto Facebook,
God, that's hell.
You're
in hell.
Oh, it's like taunt. It's like taunting. It's like kind of taunt. It's I don't let it bother me. I just
right.
Yeah, because it's like Sammy was bringing up something that he thought was, your Facebook page was beautiful. Yes, and I appreciate Sammy saying that, but it's just. Thank God that I got permabanned. I tried to see the positive in things. It was too much work. It was just too much work. And to maintain that, it's like to maintain that was taking too much energy. So, I tried to think of it as Lena Shea having done me a sort of favor by doing that. But of course, you have to think of the fact that then I had much less reach. And of course, I had all of those 44,000 likes because of my appearance on Coast to Coast. So, but she was assigned to wipe that out. I mean, Lena Shea is just hot garbage juice in a douchebag, just a Edomite whore. But the latest notification I got was odd because it was, you have a you have a notification from Lena Shea. And it was just that, as opposed to you have 99 notifications backed up. You have, which is always says that. Something like you've got, several notifications backed up. This time it was just Lena Shea. But whatever the case is going on with her, or whatever chatbot has replaced her, for one thing, I believe I'd be very surprised if she were alive. But such being said, or such having been qualified, the thing that Aaron was bringing up, I remember when I was discussing the case of Lena Shea with V pointed out that, maybe she went schizophrenic. And I said, went schizophrenic? And she was pointing out that sometimes that happens to people at a certain age. And when I did some backup research on that, I found out, yes, schizophrenia is weird in that there's certain people who, if they have it, it doesn't manifest until they're like 40 or something like that. So, there was that factor that she could have just gone schizophrenic. But of course, I believe she was a plant and a sign A, because her behavior was part of the gang stalker behavior. Her behavior was part of that herd mentality, and she was acting exactly the same as all of them. So it's, her break, when we were speculating about it, schizophrenia being introduced at a certain age was one potential that rendered her more vulnerable, perhaps. But when our man Aaron and I were together talking in San Francisco, he brought up the fact that there is a recessive gene, or a schizophrenic gene, and they've done research into this. And they've proven this is true, where if you smoke pot, and if you could get high just once in your life on pot, that THC can trigger that recessive schizophrenic gene, and a person who otherwise never would have manifested schizophrenia, just by getting high one time on pot, then they become schizophrenic, and violently so, meaning that it's such an extreme change in behavior, no one will recognize them anymore. And this sounds like it's propaganda from back in the days of, what did they call it? What was the name of that?
I actually met someone like that.
Thank you. But you know how
I know somebody like that one, a few lines of Coke did it too.
Okay, yeah.
This was Jersey Coke, so I don't know what was in that, but
there you go. I thought she was going to talk about me. Yeah.
No.
But you know how they found this out? There was this company, I believe it was named Xenex, that Aaron was telling me about. Get this shit. So Xenex, Zenex, and people can look that up and confirm whether I've got the name right. But Xenex was a sperm bank. And these motherfuckers had some schizophrenic felon responsible for multiple sexual assaults who just came up to them and said, hey, I'm a genius, and I'm handsome, and I've got multiple degrees. And he just fed him a line of shit and produced this whole false resume of, I've got, multiple degrees, like 9 doctorates. And they said, he is our primary sperm donor. And they promoted the hell out of this guy. And every gay couple, men and women, male and female gay couples who said, well, we want kids, they said, we've got the sperm donor. And so they used his sperm, and almost every single gay couple in the United States, lesbian or male couple, has as their child this man's child.
Oof.
And they found out he had the gene that if you get high just once on THC, it triggers his schizophrenia. Ooh. So that all these kids, hundreds of thousands of them, all over the United States, almost every gay couple that has a child, it's this man's child because of Xenex Corporation. And if they ever smoke pot just once and get high, it has a high probability, Russian roulette probability, like 5 loaded cylinders instead of just one, that'll trigger the schizophrenia, and then they become a violent felon level schizophrenic, that like this son of a bitch was. So this is the horror scenario of the United States today. But that's, this is why I am so antithetical to weed. And yeah, but go on. So
Right.
Brendan, what's your impression of this? What's your impression of what I've just described from Aaron? Aaron.
Oh yeah, it's definitely happened. I've seen it happen.
Yeah.
Like yeah, we knew some lady that was, she was married to one of our friends' brothers, and essentially she hit it one time. Like, she was a regular smoker, but she just, like, this one time she just hit some, I guess it was extra strong or
Plateau.
some shit.
Got hit a plateau. Yeah.
Yeah, hit a plateau, and she went, like, absolutely loony bin. Like, she was, like, talking and saying she was the Queen of England and all this shit, like, with a full-on British accent for, like, literally, like, a week straight, and they had to, like, straight-jacket her and shit. And then and she said, I never smoked weed after that,
No shit.
Oh,
Like, she can't even be around it, or it'll
I'm
put her
surprised she
into,
even
like...
came back. I'm surprised she even came back.
Oh, yeah, that was a miracle. I mean, I'm sure she's on heavy meds, but it was a miracle in and of itself.
well, and if that ain't corporate malfeasance, I don't know what it is.
You mean with Xanax?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you know what happened when they
There you
got
go.
sued
They
by
got
all
to
those
market.
people? When they got sued by all those people, they just changed their name and said, "Oh, that corporation
Right?
no longer exists." Yeah,
That's called the Texas two-step.
yeah,
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 classic.
yeah. And but it's still the same people, still the same staff.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And
Xenon got the
joke you
debts.
made earlier about the cocaine, I was gonna say that shit cured your schizophrenia.
Yeah.
Right?
That was my rebuttal to his joke about what you said. Yeah, look, now Doug's fixed.
Puts him to rights.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like
Oh.
the other day, you remember the cot incident?
Yes. Yeah.
George and I were like, no, you told us like 5 years ago, and you're like, oh shit.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, I don't know. Did you catch that, Holly? What happened with George Knight? The womp womp womp.
Right.
Oh, man.
Basically, George Knight was saying, "Hey, yeah, President Trump won't release his tax returns because that'll give the money trail to his being paid off by the Ruskies." And I was like, "Yeah, I always knew he wouldn't release his tax returns, but that makes so much perfect sense. Where'd you learn that?" I learned it from you, Douglas. I was like, womp, womp, womp.
Right. I was like, you've been telling us that for like at least even before he was elected, you said that shit. And then you're like, did I? It's like, damn, you got to get back on the cot, man.
Yes.
Well, and nobody talks about Putin's beginnings,
yeah. So tell us a little bit about that, Holly.
about the NRA.
Oh yes. So tell us a little bit about that.
That's
Remember, I hit
great
the NRA
shit.
and its Russian connections for years. You heard me talk about that.
Years.
Yeah.
Years.
Yeah.
And that still hasn't come forward.
Yeah.
So
Maybe
but-
they're just shoot for sport. The Spetsnaz likes their,
He's being sarcastic.
they go to the shooting range.
Yeah, he's being sarcastic. By the way,
They're hunters.
Yeah, guns are not allowed in Russia in any
course.
sporting sense. Yeah, so it's like
Wow.
yeah, but but they've been totally infiltrated the American NRA, and yeah, so. But definitely when this Okeanis Procularum, is just like, where's San Mateo in relation to that? When we were talking about the Tenderloin and then the ghettoization and
What
all
I
these
don't
things.
get is if he's been to San Mateo and he doesn't want to kill those people.
Yeah, thank
I don't know
you.
where the fuck he's saying. Where's he hanging out?
Because I want to
In a
know.
bubble? Like he's like Bubble Boy and shit.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Going there is just as dangerous as SF.
Thank you.
What is
Thank
he talking
you.
about?
Yeah. Holy fucking shit. Yes. It's like people just
Like even I was in Mill Valley earlier and there was shady ass fools. Like you can't escape it.
Yeah. And after a while, you just got something has to be done. Something has to be done. You just can't let these people take over our world. I mean, where we can no longer enjoy life. Where we're
I think
literally.
they already. It's like some sick twist of fate. They already tried to like release the fentanyl and shit, but it didn't work.
Yeah.
Like it made them stronger. It's like they're like some kind of anime villain. Release the most deadly toxic drug on earth, where one pin of needles will kill 100 people, and then they're like now they're still alive and shit.
Yes.
Like a cockroach.
Yes.
Like, damn.
Yeah.
And a bunch of 25-year-olds that can't get high on anything else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well,
What
those are
happens
like the
then?
next, they're like multiplying.
Yes.
This is anime villain shit. This is
Yes.
But as you're the only one
Horror
way
story.
back in prehistoric times when you did Zombies 1 and 2,
Yes. Yes.
that it's somebody's jihad,
Yes.
likely Putin's as much as anybody's,
Yes.
that where you don't need money to get these drugs,
Yes.
hardly.
Thank
The
you.
vans come.
That,
and the
tell
bodegas
them
get
about
stocked.
those vans. How those vans come and then the drugs
These
are all
vans
passed out.
come
Yeah.
and they go to the homeless camps, God damn it.
Yeah.
Because they're testing them. This whole designer drug thing should really be called experimental drugs.
Mhm.
Yeah. Well, a lot of them are research chemicals early on.
Yeah.
That's where
Yeah.
technology came from, and that came straight out of Berkeley and all those
Yes.
places. So
Yes.
No.
But the street chemist can take a complicated drug with a long change of molecules and tweak one, and then it's not illegal anymore.
Yeah.
And it's cheap as fuck,
Yeah,
but,
exactly.
you don't know what's going to happen.
So, Holly, were you not personally an eyewitness to some of these vans passing out these drugs at homeless encampments and the like?
No,
something
but
similar?
my homeless friends were,
Okay, so tell us about this.
that I trust.
Mm-hmm.
And this was Santa Cruz.
Mm-hmm.
And I trust them very much.
Mhm.
And I mean, there was weird headlines in the paper of these, shit jumping out. And it ended up a whole homeless camp, pretty well established, got shut down and bulldozed because there was, somebody hung themselves.
Mm-hmm.
But it was, in waves. It's happened here too, where all of a sudden the available street drug makes you go crazy.
Yeah.
So people actually do figure it out pretty quick to lay down and wait for the
since
next
the pot's so strong, apparently that's doing it.
batch.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, but your white powder guy doesn't really do pot. But that's its own crazy thing now. It's crazy. It's so industrial. I mean, dabs and all that. 55-gallon drums of this tarry shit that, the chemicals,
Yeah,
the
those people
polluted
with,
water.
crackheads, they have a blowtorch and shit. I always thought that was the worst way to smoke weed. I mean, it's horrible.
They're on a 30-minute timer. Every 30 minutes, blast that $1,000 pipe.
Oh God, that's disgusting. It's like they can't live
Oh,
without.
it's
They can't
scary.
breathe without it.
No.
And the distillates and all this shit. Yeah, it's horrible.
Hmm.
And I'm sure it tars up your lungs and fucks you up.
Horrible. Well, it gives 14-year-olds COPD right out the chute.
Oh.
Right out the chute.
So what's your intuition about Xanax? Do you feel that this was just pure corruption, a combination of the opportunist? When I asked Aaron Tice about the criminal, he actually found the criminal's name. So if you look up the sperm donor promoted by Xanax, we'll probably find the motherfucker's name. But it was, was this a conspiracy? Like, did they just want to fuck?
No, it was just being first to market.
Oh.
It was just finding a shill to promote and make money.
Well, he was
There's
getting
no,
paid. Yeah,
um,
and he
I
was...
think you're being far too generous to the capitalist manifesto. These people are so blinded. I don't think they even know that.
No, they don't
That's part
care.
of their deal.
It's getting first to market.
Holy shit! I'm passing a crazy homeless guy right now.
Oh,
my
there
God.
you go.
And this is just a casual street. This is a suburban street. He's got like some kind of weird
Yeah.
furniture car. This is horrendous. It's horrible.
Oh, Jesus, that's awful.
I think like
It's not my San
world is
Francisco
degraded in
of
the last
10
2
years
days,
ago.
Believe it or not.
Both of you repeat yourselves?
It's not the San Francisco I knew even not much more than 10 years ago.
Okay,
So it's the rate.
right. And what did you say, Brendan? Hopefully he's still with us.
Where'd he go?
I said
Yeah.
shit's been going so crazy that even in the last 2 days, it's not the
Right.
same fucking world I saw 2 days ago. It's crazy.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Like,
Excellent.
I don't think I've ever seen shit like this. Yeah. So.
Thank you.
And
No,
even Amy was saying she was feeling it on the street, even with, people,
Thank you. Yes.
that
You
there
mean
was
Amy
an
Como?
edge.
You mean Amy
Yeah.
Como? Yes,
Yeah.
that's right. By the way, so the company's name was Xytex, XYTEX, and it was donor 9623. This was James Christian Agilis. James Christian Agilis, Aggeles. Like his name is a variant on the term ageless. James Christian Ageless. He was misrepresented as being highly educated and healthy. 9 doctorates. 9 doctorates. Young, handsome, 9 doctorates. A genius in prime physical health. Olympic level athletic quality.
9 doctorates.
Yeah, when he was.
How do you even do
Oh,
that?
God.
That's 90 years worth of study.
Yeah, when he's actually a college dropout, diagnosed with violent schizophrenia and a criminal record as long as his arm.
Yeah, I mean that's gangster,
They-
man. That's
they-
high tech.
They
More
claimed
than
he
just
had.
people
They
all
claimed he
day.
had an IQ of 180 when his IQ was more
Right.
closer
Oh,
to
God.
60.
Oh wait, we met this guy.
That's
Wait,
right,
we met
Mr.
this guy. This
190 IQ. Yeah.
This was James. What was his name?
Oh, what was his name? Do you remember how?
Dave James.
Dave, I can't remember, but Aaron was bitching about that. He said, how could Marina fall for this son of a bitch? Buy into his shit. He couldn't believe she's just bought into his shit. Daryl James, wasn't it? Daryl James?
Yeah. There we go.
Yeah.
That's his name.
God damn.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
So we met this guy.
Yeah, that's right. So they said this guy, Ed,
And he was the Marina thing?
Marina. He's like Marina Saren's
Yeah.
friend. She says, oh, he's so smart, and he's,
no.
he really, proved to me, it's so sad. It's so sad.
Yeah.
Oh no.
So this donor 9623 was supposed to have 9 doctorates in neuroscience, the cleanest health history, never used drugs. When he's shooting up regularly, that's what he was donating his sperm for, money for his heroin addiction. Yeah, this convicted.
How did they not check this out? How did they not?
I want to see the zombies that hired this guy.
Yeah,
That's the story
convicted
here.
felon and a college dropout, fresh out of prison. Yeah, I don't understand. All the lawsuits were dismissed. All all the wrongful birth claims are not recognized in legal jurisdictions in all states. Yeah, and
It's free
Dang, they had a good
enterprise,
lawyer.
man.
yeah, well, they could afford it.
I mean, hell, the East India Tea Company wasn't thinking about morality when they were bombing China with opium balls.
Yeah, and so the
That
industry
was the
had.
least of their concerns.
There you go. So the industry had to change after this incident, and similar cases prompted a push for increased verification of donor information. I don't understand. So you and I could have just walked in and said, I'm Einstein, and
Right.
take my sperm. And
Yeah, you're right. You can't vote without producing 3 sets of papers, but you can
Right.
donate your jizz.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So this new company, California Cryobank, now includes clinical psychological assessments and criminal background checks in their screening process for sperm donation. Like, you'd think that'd be common sense. It's like, yeah. Oh my God. I want to see a picture of this son of a bitch. It's like this must be it. Let me see if this is the Agilus creature.
There might be a Netflix about this guy.
If not, there should
Eventually.
be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, there's something about this subject. A documentary.
Here we are. So let me turn on the screen share.
But it made him sound like the owner of the company or something.
Oh, probably.
So I don't know if it's the same.
They probably changed the story. They probably changed. Look, here he is. Here's the monster, Chris Agilus. Oh, then they give us the shit. Here he is. Chris
Oh my
Agilus
God.
after a
Idiot.
mugshot after his arrest in 2005, and this guy was supposed to have 9 doctorates in neuroscience. 6'4", 6'4" is what he claimed.
Oh well, there's your answer. It's on the left there. He was 6'4", had blue eyes. That's what they just said. Oh, we can cash in on this guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They didn't even cross-reference anything. They don't.
Yeah.
That's all they.
Oh, here it is. He was given a list of 143 conditions to mark whether they were part of his or his blood relatives' medical histories. He simply checked no on all of them, including anemia, melanoma, heart disease, hepatitis.
It's easy.
Yeah, there you go.
You could do it, Brendan.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Apparently
Completely
anyone could.
Yeah.
Apparently anyone
Yeah,
could.
my
You could
family
actually
isn't full
do
of
it.
maniacs.
You've got
Yeah.
creds.
Yeah.
No, and you've got education.
Yeah, actually, in
Actually,
that sense, George, George, why did I think of him as Peter Moon? Peter Moon did you a favor by sending those Manson girls after you because, you know, your hated family members, the ones that were real assholes, are now trapped there as zombies in that vortex.
Yeah.
Tell them about that. They're just wandering around in circles or
Yeah, and now they're apparently living there full time, which is like totally illogical. It just is bizarre. Obviously, the spell is taking its toll. Like they're losing their minds or something.
Oh, they lost that long time ago.
Yeah. Or I'm saying like, how do I put it? They're losing their consciousness or something. You know, they're devolving.
Yeah. There you go.
So they tore the house up, and now it's like a construction site. I forget.
No, they're living there full time.
Yeah.
My mom said they've been there every single day, and it's like, but they have
Manson
big houses
girl
in the Bay Area. No, these are my relatives.
Oh God.
No, those people disappeared after we exposed them on air. Like literally evaporated into thin air. One of them.
Interesting. Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Now,
I remember all that.
Dig this shit. Dig this shit. So this kid was having all these problems. He had no dad, of course, and so the child basically it says the report. He was told, oh, she left a file. You know, he asked his mother, "Where do I come from?" And she left the file next to his bed. And the report had all this information: the donor's blood type, ethnicity, celebrity lookalikes. Tom Cruise, Brandon Lee, Jim Carrey were all compared to this individual. God. His favorite book was
really upsold this guy.
Yeah.
He did not look like that.
Yeah, his favorite, not that these guys are lookers either. I mean, but anyhow, his favorite book, The New World Dictionary, is IQ 160 in this file, genius level. His musical prowess: I have been recognized by an international drum and bugle corps as one of the most proficient drummers alive. Yeah, he beats his skin a lot. His ability to speak 4 languages, sparkling, clean health history.
What kind of authority is the bugle corps?
Yeah,
what is this, the Philharmonic?
Yeah, that's so weird. Yeah,
it's bizarre.
It lacked any identifiers, no name. So it's John, the kid, who's looking for his father, searched the internet, trying to match the photo in the file to anything he could find online. Just when he was about to give up, he saw the donor's number 9623 and Googled it, and Zytex together learned more than just his father's name. What he found out on that early spring morning a year ago terrified him. He shut down like he was in a freeze frame. And then he did the thing any boy does when he's afraid. He went to his mother. Dude, this is a cunt that got you in this trouble in the first place.
Right.
Yeah.
Who the fuck wrote this? Who wrote this shit? Yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah, it's.
Was the phrenic already?
What's that, honey? They're glitching you.
Was the kid schizophrenic already?
I think the kid was going through a lot of
trying
problems.
to figure out who his dad was.
Yeah. In October of 2000, Chris Aguilas drove from Athens to Atlanta and walked through the doors of Zytex, the country's oldest commercial sperm banking company, for the first time. 23 years old and had heard about Zytex from a friend. It's likely he had seen ads for the company. And anyhow, so this is how he. Here's how they advertise themselves. Even today, Zytex ads target students, promising sperm donors up to $1,800 a month, and a chance to say goodbye to ramen and hello to steak. Yeah, you know how sexist this is?
Pathetic.
Yeah,
That's
how sexist this is? Only men have this opportunity. Because they can whack off and eject.
Yeah, because nobody wants them for blood boys.
Yeah.
They got testing.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Say goodbye to Robin and
they have to be fresh. They can't just be randos.
Yeah,
you know?
that's right.
That's my impression of it.
Yeah, it's true. So true. Yeah, and
he's 8.
Oh my goodness. But this is This is a horror story. I am truly appalled by this. And it takes a lot to appall me. This is awful. That a guy could just walk in and say, you know, hey, I got 9 degrees and I'm athletic. I won all these Olympic awards. And it's like, all right.
How is that not a red flag? How is the 9 degrees not a red flag? I mean, like, what are they, honorary? Did you, like, you know, like, what are you talking about?
Yeah. And I guess this is where.
So,
yeah. What's that, honey?
maybe the evil is a part of it. It's not just a rush to make money at any cost.
It's got to be a conspiracy. It's got to be.
Right.
Whatever Cho
It's a
owns
sick
the
experiment.
company.
They wanted to see how many evil kids they can make or something.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, so who
Some kind of
owns
Aquino
the
shit.
company?
Make $1 million, you know,
Yeah.
make 100,000 like serial killers or something.
Yeah, that's true. It's got to be a Kino shit. It's a Kino level shit. Yeah, this
Yeah.
is.
Right, it's like the Atlanta
Who's
version,
the owner?
Yeah. Yeah.
like Blackula.
Who's the owner of this corporation? Let me see if I can
Yeah.
find out. Yeah, because the story was so disgusting. Okay, Zytek's owner. Let's take a look at that. Okay, Zytek's owner.
They must need buckets of sperm out of the guy
Yeah.
to do that many kids.
Yeah.
Well, he
Buckets.
obviously is not doing anything else.
Yeah, no, that's all he was doing
Yeah.
was jacking off for money. Jacking off. How
Yeah.
do I get
Yeah.
into that? How do I get
Yeah.
into that? So here we are. I'm doing a screen share. Zytex is an employee-owned company, probably a
Ooh.
government front, probably a federal front.
Yeah, government front.
Yeah, founded in 1975 by Dr. Armand M. Caro. I was expecting Dr. John Henry Hagman. Dr. Armand M. Caro and other faculty
Did you say 75 or
yeah,
95?
75.
75. God.
Yeah, they were a genome company for a long time. I know, I've heard the name.
Yeah.
So
This is not an
this
overnight
is like their side
sensation.
business. This was like their moneymaker, basically.
Got it.
The sperm donation shit.
Yeah, it says the
That
president.
makes sense.
President
Body
is
fluids.
president is Jan Scholler. Jan Scholler, it says. So let's take a look at some of the images here, and yeah. Oh,
I wonder what chosen group that would be.
Oh, I love this. Look at this. Oh shit! I can't believe what I'm seeing. Is this real? This is real. This is them. It's like
Oh,
look,
no.
this is Zytex. This is their website. This is their website. Look at this shit. Our
Stringent selection.
Our sperm. Oh, I better turn that shit off. It's giving the baby music and shit. I gotta turn the sound off on this shit.
I like that.
man.
Stringent. They said stringent.
Stringent. Yeah, it's unfucking believable. Let me see if I can get back there. See this? It says, road to pregnancy, high standards, yield quality. Yeah, and look at this. Sperm donor
Like
admits he
picking out a
falsified.
car.
Yeah. Sperm donor admits he falsified. Yeah, and anyhow. So let's see if we can do. There we are. Here we are. Road to pregnancy, sperm quality commitment. Yeah, and you get this poor woman here, their target victim, and you know her uterus is like all boxed in and shit. I'm so sorry. This is so repulsive, so awful. I feel violated. Yeah, I feel violated. And of course
Is it all women that own it?
It's all same-sex couples they targeted, mostly lesbian couples.
No. Okay, so Clay is the president.
Yeah, Clay Blaylock. Oh yes, there we are. Clay Blaylock,
Okay.
president
And then
of
there's
Zytex.
Melissa.
Yeah, and
And
she,
this
guy
other
looks like one
lady.
of the people that lied about his resume.
yeah,
Like, he's like,
yeah, that's
he's like,
right.
I have 100 degrees, and they're like, well, we've got an opening. You
Yeah.
know, you could be the
Oh
president.
yeah,
He looks like some bloke that walked in the door. Like,
Look at this
blonde
beauty.
and blue.
Man, look at this beauty. Zytex information. Fuck, look at that. 51. All about the sperm. Testing standards. This
Who's
is one
the
of the.
lady in the blue sweater?
this guy's
one of the
an
donors
authority
now.
on viable sperm.
Dude, he's one of the
my-
primary
Oh,
donors now.
no.
He's one of the primary donors now. A true neckbeard.
That guy's hideous.
Oh my God.
He's hideous. I mean,
Who
like,
would want
he looks
his
like
sperm?
Jabba. He looks like Jabba the Hutt.
Harry,
I'm
Jabba the
not
Hutt
even
if he had
being
hair.
facetious.
Are a
He looks like
deal breaker.
Oh God! Imagine if you're a woman kissing. Oh, but he's gay. He's gay. So yeah, that explains everything. It's like, well, really, it doesn't.
Yeah, but there's no excuse looking like walking around like that.
No, of course not. No, of course. Find a sperm donor. It's like, yo, Jesus. So this is probably some black rapist.
He looks like he's a stand-up guy, kind of like J-Mo.
Yeah, like Jambo. Yeah, we know how he was like. Yeah, yeah.
He's smiling. He's smiling because they're showing him all kinds of debauch and
Yeah.
gore points. But he's a good guy. Don't worry, he's a good guy.
Oh shit! Oh, we're having too much fun with this. This is horrible. So, what did you say? Holly, honey, what did you say about this person here? It seems like they got all kinds.
No,
of
the lady in the blue sweater.
The lady.
She's in between, about 4 pictures back.
Oh, okay, 4 pictures.
On the top row.
Oh, this!
Top
That's
row,
the
4
victim.
from the left.
See, troubled donor, Georgia Sperm Bank, troubled donor, and the secretive business of baby making. So this is the victim, one of the victims, and probably the one who. So here we are, Georgia Sperm Bank, and then this is her son, who was conceived using the donated sperm of Chris Aguilas. And
the crazy sperm.
Yeah, the crazy sperm. And criminal! Not just crazy, but criminal!
Right.
There we are. One day, John, her son, slashed at a bedroom door with a kitchen knife, leaving scars in the white paint. With a hammer, he bashed holes in another door. At school, he balled up under his desk and shut out a world too noisy and chaotic and bright to bear. There we are. He ran away from school. Yeah. He was in 3rd grade.
He's a runner.
Yeah, there you go. In 1st grade, when John drew a picture of his family, there was no dad because he knew his biological father was a sperm donor. His 2 mothers had always been open about that. In drawing his birth mother, Wendy Norman bounces on a trampoline. Janet Norman, his other mom, grades papers inside. His older brother Kevin plays video games. John stands alone at the top of the stairs. About a year later, he would threaten to throw himself down those stairs. Why do I find that so funny? Man. Oh.
This sounds like this sounds like fiction. This sounds like a fictional story.
Well, and it's the age of monsters, you know.
Yeah, it is.
It's just happening.
Yes. By the way, Holly's joined
when the human race goes monstrous.
We didn't mean that to segue into Holly, but Holly did happen to join us at that moment. Happy birthday! Happy birthday!
Who?
Holly. It's her birthday. Yeah.
It's Heather.
Heather. Sorry. They're both H names.
Yeah. Happy birthday, Heather.
Happy solar return.
Thank you.
Yes, we love you, Heather. And your poem. Amy was so pissed off I gave you a poem and she didn't get one this year.
Ooh.
It was a beautiful
I'll be
poem,
watching
Douglas.
my email.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Vin. And so, Vin, how are you? Hope everything's going well with you as well.
It's going well. I went to the casino with Heather tonight and didn't do as well as I usually do, so came home slightly in the hole, but it's okay. It was a good night.
Mm-hmm. Wonderful. I'm glad to hear that. And
you kept those dealers working.
Yes.
Well,
good on you.
There is something they call a house edge, and I've been beating it for a while, and they took a little bit of it back tonight. So that's the way it's played.
Did Heather try to experiment with some of the slot machines or anything like that?
No,
I did a little bit, but that was just to waste time.
Okay. Yeah. Well, it's just fun to be with Vin in an environment like that. It's his environment.
Yeah, no, we have fun no matter where we go.
Yeah.
We had probably the best Brussels sprouts I've ever had.
Wow. Cool. What did they saturate them in butter and wine or what?
They saturated them with some kind of vinaigrette.
It was a slight mustard sauce with bacon, with smoky bacon, and it was delicious.
I don't think the bacon was in the Brussels stuff.
There was a bacon flavor. I don't know.
Bacon flavor, yeah.
Wow.
It was well done. So we went to the steakhouse afterwards, and it was very good. You know, the casino is the one thing they have is a reasonably priced steakhouse. You can't get that reasonably priced steakhouses outside a casino anymore.
Yeah.
And by reasonably priced, I mean still $100, but not, not crazy.
Oh, the steakhouse prices are outrageous. They're outrageous. We went to two of them this weekend with Aaron and I. I do want to welcome Real Tech Geek among us, but I do want to point out.
Hello.
Yeah.
Regarding the steakhouses, I absolutely agree about that. There was a time about 10 years ago when I was vegetarian, trying out for a while, and I was eating Koreatown, Manhattan, and I just had vegetarian food, and everyone else had barbecue beef or pork, this and that, pork belly. That's what they're known for. And the bill was over $300.
Yes, that's what the bill was. That was the bill was.
Really reasonable.
Yeah. Go on.
Yeah, no, this was really reasonable. We had as the appetizer, we had smoked. It's a cross between bacon and a pork belly.
Yeah. Wow.
Great. But so we had that. That was the pork because Heather doesn't eat steak. And then of course they said their special was the prime rib, and well, not quite steak. If their special is a prime rib for a night, you have to do that.
Right.
And it was delicious.
Well, it's better than at least they're being honest, because a lot of the places like the bullshit you with the Wyogi beef, which is it's just fucking just lies. Majority of the time anyway.
Yeah, they had that and everything, but being from Kansas City or spending some time in Kansas City, it was good meat and actually, a decent value for a casino steakhouse. But then again, you're in Arizona. We did not try their seafood tower because it's Arizona.
Amen, brother.
We're in Arizona. We're in Arizona.
We went to one of the Indian casinos in outside Phoenix. Basically, they have the Indians. Okay. Basically, they were very smart. What they did is 20 years ago they bought the land, and then they just waited 50 years, and they said, "Okay, we've owned it for 50 years. Now law says we can now make this reservation. Therefore, we're putting up a casino right next to Cardinal Stadium and right next to some other places."
Wonderful. Yeah, but by the way, Brendan, this was your opportunity for a joke. Dear Vin was talking about the Brussels sprouts tasting slightly of bacon to him, and all I could think of was bok ban jiao. All I could think of was human ganglia paste that had been forced.
God.
Yeah, that's all.
We have a very good time tonight, Douglas.
They're like, oh, it tastes kind of like bacon, but I can't put my finger on it.
Yeah,
it's almost like boiled brain juice.
Human meat does taste like pork. Yeah, human meat does taste like pork. I mean, yeah, cannibals.
How would you know?
It's actually my father taught me that because he said sailors knew about it by talking to the people from the Polynesian islands who had a history of cannibalism. And so when they were doing the tests on Bikini Atoll and Awetak, that was like something that would circulate. But it came during World War II when he was actually dealing with the Samoans and some of these people from places like Tonga. They actually do have a history of cannibalism. And as a result, they said that whenever they were asked what is it tastes like, they say, oh, like pork, and that's so it seems to be like this common. It's what they claim. It's what they claim.
So they called it long pig.
That's right. Remember? That's right. They called it long pig. Yeah. What'd you say, Vin?
The genetics would also support that.
Yeah.
And so because they say we're closer to the pig than the monkey, as far as so who knows?
Well, the organs are interchangeable. The organs we can use pig hearts for transplants as well as their valves. So yeah, they've experimented with pig hearts in people now, and so yes, the genetics.
Skin.
Yeah, absolutely. So,
and I think the kidney also.
Yeah.
So Douglas, I know this is off topic, but I just wanted to bring up one thing that I thought was funny. Sort of a reminder of like Soviet era 1950s or 60s intelligence. Yeah. There is a thing called PentagonPizzaWatch.net or something like that. It's one of those things. And what they do is they say that we knew the Israelis were going to strike, even though at first we said they didn't, because the takeout orders to the Pentagon rose immensely in the hours before the strike.
Yeah.
So it's like the whole thing where like in the 50s, they'd be like, okay, they're ordering more food to the Pentagon, and they get on the short.
That's hilarious.
It is.
Yes.
God.
That's delightful. That's delightful. It
Yeah,
goes to
and
show
I
you-
told my friend, I'm surprised it wasn't also
Cyber-
followed by an upsurge of coke and prostitutes.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Really?
What was the last thing you said, Vin? Repeat that, please,
Well, it's
Vin.
just old spycraft is new again, you know.
Yes.
I mean,
Yeah.
but if
Yeah.
enough beach drivers are going to the Pentagon on a certain night, you know,
Yeah.
what's going on? It's like, so fuck your cyber terrorism. Just watch the Uber Eats drivers.
And
Yeah.
count the pizzas.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Oh, that's.
I went in my first Waymo the other day.
Oh, you
Oh.
were? Oh my God! Tell us. Tell us about that.
I sat in the front.
Did you have a happy end?
Actually,
I couldn't help it. I had to.
got out, the car sat there until I took a picture of it, and then it left.
It was
Oh.
great. It was great because we took it. Our friend uses it all the time. We were downtown. We're going to another party that shall remain nameless, but we were going, and it takes us like 14 minutes to get home in a lift, but it took 35 minutes to get in a Waymo because we took the car into the airport. But it was
Oh, tootled around. Yeah.
self-driverless car. And it was interesting, but I must say it did pretty well, better than some of the crazy Uber drivers I've had smoking crack.
Oh boy.
Either them or me.
Okay.
Oh
Wow.
boy.
So that says a lot, and I appreciate your input on that. Aaron said he felt he sensed a real hostility in the Waymos, like an intrinsic hostility in there.
Well, this is what happened. What I'm thinking.
Entitlement.
This is different because there were three of us in the car, and you have to have the app on your phone. The car pulls up. The chick with the app, she put in our code. It unlocked. We got in.
Wow.
And it took us through the airport. It took us forever. And then right when we were pulling up to our location, I was thinking, I'm like, you know what? It just took us. It's doing some kind of a download. It's downloading our DNA, or it's doing something that's like it's just time just right. But they need this much time for this many people.
So fine on the neighborhoods, but it's downloading our information from our phones or.
And then I heard about the COVID vaccine, how it has hydrogels that for data encryption, and I mean, I was just thinking it probably had to do with each other.
So, Heather, from the ride from Phoenix Airport to Sun City, what was the fare for two?
It was from downtown. We went from our friend's house downtown to Tempe.
Okay.
It was $13.
And it took us.
Oh
30
hell, that's cheap.
Way back. On the way
That's
back.
cheap as fuck, though.
Yeah.
But on a lift,
That would be 50 here.
Yeah.
But on a lift, it took us from the same place back. It took us $12 or $13, same price, but we got there in 13 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Freeways.
No wonder those human drivers are angry.
Wow.
I mean,
Yeah. Well,
$3 tip,
saw
you
the
know.
Waymo and it almost ran the red light and hit us.
Yeah.
Ooh.
There we
I had
are.
some hostility. Yeah.
Yeah. So there you
Yeah, I'll
go.
bet. Oh
That's-
God.
Yeah.
Oh God.
That's what was sensed by Aaron. Yeah.
Yeah, their $12 an hour is going fast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And-
People saw all the riots and they destroyed those cars. So now everyone has this like.
Oh. Yeah,
towards
hatred
them.
coming out.
Yeah.
That's fascinating.
Of course, if you were a
So-
car and people were basically fucking inside of you all day and leaving needles behind and used condoms, you'd be pretty angry too.
Well, yeah, we didn't leave anything behind.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
No, there may be, kill the Waymos. I could see that being a
Yes.
trend.
Yes. Yeah.
I could.
And
The funny story, this was like, I don't know how many years ago now, but remember when Google rolled out their glasses that, and it was a really big deal and it was shortly discontinued, but, and the big exciting rollout, the dude was striding through the Mission, rocking a pair, and I always thought it was funny. The homeless guy ran up, jerked him off his face, but he didn't steal him. He threw him on the ground and stomped on him.
Oh, that's funny. That's
So it may come around for Waymo too.
yeah.
Hell, there's nobody in there.
Yeah. True enough. Again, I want to thank Realtek for joining us. Do be patient, Realtek. I just want to spend some time with Heather and Vin while we're gifted with their presents tonight. Because it's her birthday, I figure that, they might even, they're invited to stay as long as they wish, but, they might be tired from what they've done and need to go to bed or something. So while, what else about the current state of affairs right now strikes you or takes your attention? What have you noticed in particular, aside from what you've already shared, about the sort of Pizzagate there, Heather, Vin?
Pizzagate?
Well, you know what he described, how...
Oh, the Pentagon thing.
Pentagon pizza.
That was so funny.
Oh.
Yeah, Pentagon pizza.
Yeah, Pentagon Pizzagate,
Yeah, well, I just think that Betelgeuse, I think that's what you call it. It's a star.
Yes.
It's in space.
Yes.
Very good.
Yeah, it's supposed to be exploding. And I was watching it live on YouTube. And it says, like, okay, estimated time for explosion into a supernova, 29 minutes. So I sit there for 29 minutes. And then it counts down. And then it starts the clock over again. And it's just going. And then I look up. And it's like 100,000 years. And I'm like, what the heck? That sounds like the Kali Yuga thing, how it seems so far into the future. How could it be that far away?
It's, well, I'll have to look it
Mind-boggling.
up. That's
the shoulder of Orion.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, that's right. I mean, what I know about it is that it's essentially, if I remember correctly, well, let me dwell on this for a second, because I just got another question from the chat room where our man Incubate has asked me, Douglas, would you happen to have any information, theories about submarines accessing portals underwater or other undersea esotericism? To which I'm just going to have to say, I'll bear his question in mind.
Yeah, you do.
Oh, yeah, I'd have to come back to it later, though, because if I got into that, that would take an hour.
Oh, God.
Yeah,
but it's good shit.
Yes. But I've
Take that, Nimitz.
Yeah, I've gone into the book by Ivan Sanderson before, Invisible Residents, and that always comes to mind. So you can check that book out as a good starting place. But by all means, Vin and Heather, what strikes you in current affairs as important, or what sticks with you?
Vin is inside right now. It's just me. But in
Okay.
current affairs,
Yeah, sure.
besides Betelgeuse or Betelgeuse,
Mm-hmm.
let's find out. He watches the news more than I do.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Yeah.
But
I thought it's crazy that they said all the presidents are related to each other except for one.
that's come up before, and I've always been highly skeptical about that, but I've never bothered to really investigate it.
Yeah,
but
here.
Yeah. What did she say?
Okay, what first?
Oh,
I don't know.
Vince
I
back.
don't know. She handed the phone to me.
Yes.
What's up, Doug?
Oh, just wanted to know if there's anything, aside from what you've already mentioned about pizza at the Pentagon, anything in current events that you would like to present us a short analysis of, whatever struck you as particularly important.
Well, my short thing is, it's pretty funny because by helping the Israelis bomb Iran, which Iran provides most of the weapons. Well, number one, Russia provides the air system that isn't working, the air defense system for Iran that isn't working. But Iran also provides most of the Shahed drones and many of the things that Russia uses against Ukraine. So this may actually work out very well for Ukraine. And I was just looking at my phone, and I don't know the validity of this, but it looks like NATO aircraft are scrambling to go against Russian bombers out of the Swedish Air Force. So
oh, wow.
Russia and China are definitely on the side of Iran having peaceful nuclear weapons. I'm not going to go into whether, whatever they do or not, but Russia is definitely on Iran's side. So I don't know, Mr. Trump may have lost his best friend.
Wow. Excellent. Excellent.
He was Netanyahu is a war criminal, as is Putin, as is Trump, as is probably most other people, as Khomeini. So they're all war criminals when it comes down to it. If you really look at it.
Goddamn right.
Yeah.
So, you know, the thing is, it's the people that are suffering, but it looks like
Yeah.
they're on very opposite sides of the spectrum now, which is very interesting. But I still don't think we'll have a midterm election because there'll be some war or something.
Yes. Well, in other words, you feel that this is going to be the crisis by which Trump might avert, well, either subvert or entirely avert it as cancel the midterm elections completely. Is that a possibility?
Maybe or maybe not. I mean, he tried to get the Dominion voting machines and everything else last time, but he didn't have the National Guard in place. Now he's got the National Guard in place in several cities. So, I mean, I don't even know if he needs a crisis, but, you know, I mean, because if the midterms come up, he's screwed. That administration's done.
Yes.
I mean,
He'll be a lame duck president for the remaining 2 years.
Yeah, you know, so I mean, it's only been less than 200 days though, so we still got 400 days.
Yeah.
But everyone's saying
That's way up.
we'll get back. I mean, wait until the midterms may be too long.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, hey, that's a good point. Well, your point's well taken. And I'm so sorry, Heather. What did you say?
That don't forget that Trump is a time traveler, and then you could tell by the color of his tie if it's red or yellow or blue what timeline he's on. That's how I think
that's kind of like the alternative lifestyles community in San Francisco, where they'd have the handkerchief hanging out of the back of their ass pocket, and depending on its color, then you knew whether they were into golden showers if it was yellow, or if they were into scat scene when it was brown, or other kinks that they displayed. I take his ties to be like that.
Or in Vacation Village in Florida, the retirement community, where it's all about the loofah you hang out on your balcony. I just haven't got the right kind of loofah to hang out here, so I'm not getting any knocks. I don't know.
Yes, you're quite witty, Vin. That's delightful. And by the way, how's your mother?
it'd be funnier if it wasn't true.
Yes. Yeah. And did he go back?
No.
Oh, how's your mother, Vin?
Well, she's starting to walk around more, still in the wheelchair. It's fun. She's 83 and she doesn't give a fuck, and she will tell you that in those words.
Mm-hmm. Okay, wonderful. Thank you for sharing that. And your father, Heather? I mean, were you able to...
Yeah, I saw him yesterday.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
he's doing all right?
Well, he's just, I guess, I don't know. I think he's depressed and he needs some medication or something.
Okay. Yeah, sorry to hear that, but that's not unusual. He's not alone in that. It's a wonder where...
Or else he's under some spell or something.
Mm-hmm. Oh, right. Possibly. I mean, there's a lot of that going around, too. Okay, and so we got some...
I mean, a lot more. That was a lot more, and I was thinking earlier this week, okay, like, I have a friend that died, and we grew up together and had all of our memories, and if you ask me any of my good times as a kid growing up, she'll always be, like, in those memories of normal childhood. So she died, and now it's like, even though that we didn't talk to each other in our adult life, like, the memories were still alive when she was alive, and now that she's not alive, it's like the memories aren't as alive. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Right. Yes, of course. And yeah.
It fade all too quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I had some separation, even though, like, it had been a long time. That was like my vault of any happy childhood time growing up, and now it's dead.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right. Right. And Holly, your impression of that, your response to that.
I understand our brains are better at remembering the bad memories than the good ones.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's
so right. That's kind of sad for humanity. especially when you got more bad ones than good ones.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's good to know that and fight it as much as you can. I mean, it all comes down to the inner voice, what your head is constantly chattering at you. And that's, the root of sanity. How to keep that inner voice
When
to
you're
stop
hearing voices,
whipping me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
if you hear voices, what does it mean if they're whispering?
Anymore, I think that our minds, whether it's the electronics, the old trope with Jung was everybody in your dream is an aspect of yourself. That might have been true in the 50s, but I don't think it is anymore necessarily. So, if that is possible to leach into daytime life when you're wide awake, I don't know anymore. I do not know. So I would be careful. I mean, are the voices making sense? Or are they telling you bad things?
Oh no, I don't hear voices.
I thought you heard whispering. No, your inner voice.
whispering-
When your inner voice whispers,
Yeah.
is it whipping you like a dog, or is it trying to help, or what?
I don't know.
Well, yeah, what's it saying? Is this one of those times? when
Oh,
you're saying you
Jesus.
could've
Is
done
that
something
Vin
better?
that just said that? Is that Vin?
Yeah.
Vin said, "Get me out," or something like that. Jesus, Vin, that's
Oh, no.
sinister as hell. Jesus, Vin, what the
So
fuck?
when people think that they're psychic, could they be just confused with hearing voices?
Oh, it depends on the experience. But I would always allow it as a possibility.
Yeah.
And
Thank
if you're hearing voices that don't sound like you, that's a kind of a haunting.
Oh yeah, I just know
Like
all the
Randy
voices
Orton.
that I hear.
He's hearing voices in his head.
Yeah, I know the voices that I hear. They're my
Wrestler.
Oh.
ancestors. So.
All right, that's fair.
Well,
And you're lucky,
I used
maybe,
to think that
if your
I used to
ancestors
think
are
that
cool.
way too.
What? Real tech?
I used to think that way also
Then
when I
what?
first started having psychic ability.
Okay.
But that's why you were talking earlier about the weed and all these other type of things. That's why I just don't mess around with that or barely even drink. But like I said, my father did die from being an alcoholic, so I do tend to try my best to balance it out because I don't want to have myself too open to hallucinations or spirits. Because definitely we are in a spiritual plane between the spiritual world and the real world can be very thin at times.
Mm-hmm.
And we all know some people are born more susceptible to knowing that than not.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And it is
actually, I
a
was,
hard world for those people.
Yes, just one thing. Actually, I was listening. I never played the game before. Sometimes I didn't even know some of the cosplays that was in my actuality. I follow crap at conventions. But Death Stranding is actually about that too, which is written by the one that created the second game is coming out soon. One that created Metal Gear Solid, which is Hideo. I can't even fucking pronounce the guy's name, but Konami. I really can't pronounce his name, but
What's it called?
Death Stranding. Also Metal Gear Solid, the creator of it. Hideo Kojima. Yeah, it's fucking annoying name to say, man.
Hideo
Okay.
Kojima. Hideo.
Yeah, it's not his name is really hard. I always just say.
Mhm.
But he's and in general too. He's created some amazing. Even Metal Gear Solid 2, Sons of Liberty. That game. I mean, though it's the concept of how it's but the characters and the gameplay, but like the dead internet theory, like what he came up with that also. It's just incredible. His foresight into the future.
Mhm. Yeah, and thank you for sharing that. And so all such being said, everybody, what is there anything else I mean, obviously, we're so glad to have, our man Real Tech with us. Maybe you could share with us a little bit about the latest comic book convention you went to, some of the photographs you took. Tell people a little bit about that experience, just for a moment.
Well, I don't really know how much longer this one's going to keep going on. I hope it goes on for a while longer than what it is. And sometimes they do tend to fizzle out. It's just, they keep choosing this location there on 315 Meserole Street in Brooklyn. And the one they chose last year, which was a gym, it was a lot better. And you guys, you can breathe. It's good. It's good. I had a good time, and I would try to always photograph new people and older people. It was fun, but like I said, it was cut short because my wife was really fun.
Oh, how's your wife doing? How's your wife doing? She's not any better?
She's better now. Yeah, she's good. She's very, very good now. She went back to work.
Okay, but let people know what happened. She had a kidney infection or something, correct?
She had E. coli infection and a kidney infection.
Jesus Christ.
Called one second, I'm trying to find it. E. coli ESBL, extended spectrum beta lactamase.
Did she eat something bad?
Yeah, how the hell did she get all this?
I don't know.
Because E. coli comes from food, right?
I always thought that,
It's food-based, yeah. But the kidney infection...
Yeah, food-based, but, I kept checking her urine, I kept checking her blood and everything, and at the hospital, in the emergency room, later on, just hospitalized in the room. And it was, even female doctors were saying that in the ER that it's like a general, it's just like a general kidney infection, and it really just happens from sometimes when eating food or somebody just gives it to you. It's like a very general infection that women tend to happen. It cures sometimes for that. So I don't know, but it's she eats a lot of fucking garbage, fucking noodles and rice. They would give me a lot of spinach. She eats more salad. It's just sometimes.
He just did that giant chicken recall.
Yeah. Well, that and
for
the eggs.
E. coli, I think. It was huge.
And also the eggs were searching like crazy.
Yeah, that's
last
right.
year. I mean, of course, there's a bunch of conspiracy theory about that, but I really doubt. I really doubt about that. It just happens sometimes. It's like what happened with China and the with the pigs.
Africanized swine flu
for a couple years before the pandemic.
Okay.
What you said, Douglas?
Oh, Africanized swine flu. I said.
Oh yeah,
you told that story, Douglas.
Yes.
That was amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's the one. It was a good show, but it's just hot. It just it's in June usually, so it's just really hot in that area. And they had, this fucking building is becoming dilapidated. The building it's just disgusting the way this building. I don't even know how the city would allow the place to have the convention events.
Jesus.
The comic dealer I buy comics from and great comics with. He was telling me because he was vending there. He was telling me Brooklyn. Bulletproof Comics. Hank was telling me that he pointed out that I wasn't paying attention. I'm just just trying to just photograph a lot of people and videograph a lot of people at once. So and talk to people I know until he pointed out when I said hello to him. And I was like, damn. And the place is just fucking shit for lighting. I have to really be careful. I have to really meter light correctly with the lens to stop, make sure it doesn't focus in. It's just a bad location. I was thought the chick I sent. Actually, I'll post some pictures. But the chick in the pink outfit, she's one of the event organizers. I did want to complain about for a minute, but it's like either you complain or you get your pictures. So I get my pictures and video instead. So.
Okay.
And then they also want to charge what you said. I just find it ridiculous. If you want to charge money for people that are not intending to go out to party, fine. But if you're buying a Saturday one day or the weekend pass. It's just bullshit to charge extra $21. You know, and it's in the same fucking building anyway, on the rooftop.
Wow. Well, I'm glad you have
And it was so goddamn fucking dark anyway. I could fucking barely see anybody.
Wow. Damn. Whoa. Well, I'm glad you have an opportunity to vent about that. And
Yeah. So, yeah, and with something worth for the and with there's a couple of dealers that I do tend to buy some comics I've been meaning to buy for a long time, but wasn't anything worth it to fucking buy. I was thinking that too. It was like some of the fucking lights weren't even on. Fucking vendors had to have their own fucking lights and shit.
Jesus.
Yeah, it's just fucking shit, man.
No,
fucking $70 for that shit.
Now, before I go into monologue, which I invite anybody to interject into throughout the night, I wanted to again just kind of wish Heather and Vin a happy birthday night. I'm glad she enjoyed her poem, and you know, certainly she deserves it, and she's so lucky to have Vin, and he's lucky to have her. But Real Tech, what about some psychic visions when you told me that Iran's going to shut down the Strait of Hormuz? Obviously, they're certainly probably planning that or creating a contingency plan. But do you feel, with your sense of precognition, that this might actually happen, or what's your vision here?
You're asking me from spiritual or just my opinion?
Oh, more like a preconception. It kind of. Do you have any vision in a spiritual or psychic sense that this will happen?
Yeah, sure. I mean, just post its pictures here.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh, he's sharing some of the photographs. Thank you. This is wonderful.
Ukraine's going to win the war next year in August.
Oh, thank God.
But unfortunately, it's going to be, you know, they're going to nuke Russia. It's going to happen.
Nothing unfortunate about that.
No, of course not. That's what's going to happen.
Good. Good!
But Strait of Hormuz, yeah, it's going to be $300-$600 a barrel oil.
Wow, that's going to change traffic. Hey, no more heavy traffic, people. Look on the bright side. Damn, that'll fuck the economy. So, all right. Thank you.
Short term.
Yeah.
Just short term.
Okay. Yeah.
But Japan is going to intervene with Iran.
Okay. In what way?
Japan's going to nuke Iran.
Interesting. Well, that's an interesting vision.
That might be more towards in the future, but that regime is going to it's rotting, but it's going to still be around.
Mm-hmm.
They want regime change,
yes. Well, that would be wonderful if Japan could be part of a regime change in Iran. I would. I hope.
Yeah. It's a lot of countries are fed up with them. They really are, and you know they wanted the BRICS, but that's failing now. Japan's going to make their own new currency, and they're going to be they might be really the new Alexandria Empire, like type of thing, and from them in the Middle East, of them. Let's see here.
Now, what's fascinating to me is that yeah, go on.
Trump is going to be gone soon.
Oh, thank God.
Assassination.
Oh, thank God.
That'll make him a martyr.
Oh, I don't know about that. Yeah, it won't matter. There, see?
He served his purpose.
Yeah.
I've been saying this
won't
for
matter.
a
We're
while.
like a fucking fire in the wind.
Yeah.
A goddamn fire in the wind. It won't fucking matter, man.
Yeah.
It's done.
Who
What you
needs him?
said?
Oh, she got glitched out. You got glitched
Oh,
out.
you know.
Gavin Newsom will be president
they
of the United
just-
States.
Oh God.
What did he say? Gavin Newsom what?
President of the United States.
We'll win the election.
Oh, Jesus, I hope not.
I do too. I do too.
Oh, my God.
But we always have to allow him, maybe in 3.5 long years, he can
But you're telling
change.
me you don't want the whole United States to end up like San Francisco?
It won't.
He did such a great job.
Gavin's a complete idiot, but San
It'll be like
Francisco is
Oprah,
not his
but with
fault.
The tenderloin, you know, everybody gets one.
Well, he's
Oh,
gonna
We
become
can,
president.
we can scapegoat him. He's an idiot.
yes.
I have no defense for him, but
Oh my God, that's
he.
Israel's days are numbered.
oh,
over
thank
for them.
God, thank God. Sounds like are you sure you're not just catering to me? By
Yeah,
like,
this
give me
is
all-
Santa
They're
Claus
gonna get
list.
nukes also. It's gonna be a bunch of nuke shit going on, but it's gonna be low yield techno nukes. But
Oh,
it's really gonna be something that's gonna be like once in a couple hundred years type of shit, you know. Where things like,
oh.
But by the way, I'm all right with the
you know what I'm
low-
saying, is
Yeah.
like it's not,
Yeah.
you know, it's not gonna be something where it's we're being threatened all the time, or it's like this World War stuff. No, it's just gonna be, you know, it's gonna be like a joint effort, to tell you the truth. It's just people are just sick of them,
Yes,
sick of the
yes,
death cult.
yes,
A lot of people are,
yes.
and especially China too. You know, so you know.
Excellent, excellent. So I don't mind low yield nukes going off in limited exchanges. That's going to be like nothing. That's going to be like nothing. What people don't understand
No,
is,
yeah, it's gonna be nothing at all.
yeah, comparatively speaking, obviously you don't want to be at ground zero. But just so people understand, good example of this is how ridiculous Americans are when they think that Hiroshima and Nagasaki were destroyed. And if you go to both of those places, they're thriving cities. And you could bring a Geiger counter, and the only radiation you're going to get is the ambient background radiation from microwaves or transmission towers. There's no radiation from the Hiroshima or Nagasaki bombs. It's the residual radiation just basically dissipated so quickly as to be
It did.
yeah. So what our man
It's the same
Realtek
thing
is
also with
describing.
what happened with
Yeah.
Fukushima Daiichi.
Yes,
Well, in
thank you.
fact, also comes the fact that the older generation sacrifice themselves to protect the younger generation in the cleanup.
Thank
So
you.
that, you know, that too,
Yes, thank you.
and praise them. That they are heroes.
Yeah,
To be
absolutely.
celebrated forever.
There, thank you. Thank you. That was beautiful.
Well, you're gonna have a female president also.
Oh, good. Good.
Probably AOC.
Yeah.
Most likely AOC.
Interesting.
I don't really know. I might be wrong though about Gavin, but he wants to run for president.
He does.
Definitely wants to run.
Oh, he definitely does. And as for AOC,
And unfortunately, Cuomo's going to win the Manhattan.
well, better him than the guy they got in there now. At least he's the devil we
Yeah,
know.
but Cuomo's a douche.
Yeah, of course he is, but at least he's the devil we know. You know, it's couldn't be any worse than the fucker in there now. And
No.
yeah,
Yes, I vote for Cuomo.
yeah,
But I don't go vote soon.
and so
Anything else you want to ask?
no, you
They're
did
both
great.
gangsters.
Yeah, you did great. And
What?
she said they're both gangsters, meaning Como and the head nigger in charge,
Adams.
Adams, who's in there right now. Yeah, and so that was wonderful. I want to thank you so much. That was like a Santa Claus list of wishes come true in many ways.
Yeah.
But yes, it's I want to commend you on.
We're going to Bay Taiwan soon.
Well, hopefully that
Very soon.
fails. Hopefully that fails. I'm sure they'll try. It is what it is. It's
It's
All
too
right,
apocalyptic
yeah, it's
to
gonna
even
fail.
yeah.
bear.
Thank you.
It's going to fail.
Deal
and that's
with
what's gonna cause
tonight.
them to collapse.
Excellent.
What you said?
She just says it's too
No,
apocalyptic to bear. She says too apocalyptic to bear. But what Realtek said was that it will fail, and it will lead to a regime change or a collapse in communist China.
Change. Total collapse.
Or something. Yeah. Well, I mean,
Total collapse.
after it fails, after the invasion fails, then there must be some repercussions for China after the invasion of Taiwan fails. You would think that there would be a domestic change. Okay. Yeah.
You're talking about 500. I'm talking about 500,000% tariffs. The whole world's going to tariff China.
Okay. Right. There we
It's going
are.
to be sanctions.
Sanctions. There we are. Okay. That
It's
makes
going to be
sense.
insane.
Yes.
It's
Yeah.
you know, and the United States right now is fucking begging. I mean, there's no fucking reason to bomb fucking Iran. The United States is fucking begging China to stop the block on Port Hormuz.
Yes.
After you have a whole fucking trade war with them, this and that. I mean, from their perspective, would you oblige?
Of course not.
Would you really?
Of course not.
Yeah.
Of course not. But we'll see.
They're not our friend.
Yeah. I'm
They're
sorry.
still supplying them, and there was the
Yeah.
Russian engineers.
Yeah.
There was Russian engineers that put back their grid back online, energy grid for Iranians.
Mm-hmm.
It's a whole fuckery with this shit, because that originally the Shah of Iran also wanted nuclear deterrence.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a very long term, convoluted clusterfuck. It really is.
Yes.
And what happens if they didn't have it? What happens if it's the truth? Like Iraq,
Yeah.
Again.
Yeah.
Because it's a possibility.
And
I don't want them. I don't agree with them having weapons, nuclear weapons. I absolutely not. No.
I mean.
But no country. But,
yeah. Go on.
But they have a right.
Israel either.
What you said?
She said Israel.
Israel either.
Yeah. Okay.
Israel got it a long time ago. They got it through the I just found about that one. The affair in the Egyptians in the 1950s. And my friend keeps saying, which is true, they're going to try to take Egypt next.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking nuts, man. They're fucking nuts, man. They're fucking sickos.
They're
going to go.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, you mean Israel's going to try and take. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I thought so. Thought that's what you meant. Yes. And,
I'm sorry.
No worries.
I go on a rant sometimes. So.
Oh, no worries. And so that was wonderful, and I want to thank you so very much for that. Deeply appreciate it. And with that in mind, as I said, everyone is welcome to interject when I go into monologue. And but before that, Heather Vin, or Heather if she's alone at this point, anything on your mind, dear, before I go into monologue? Let's see if she's.
I don't know. Just I'm thinking about spy-ons, and I'm on a whole nother track right now.
Understood.
Well,
yeah.
Okay. Well, also another thing too is that North Korea and Russia are looking to give them a bomb anyway. It's insane.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well.
Agreed.
Well, they're all part of that synaxes of insanity. Of course.
In Pakistan, don't forget about them also. Not your friend.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah. Oh Jesus, Brendan, what is the rationale? Brendan, what is the rationale that Pakistan has for trying to recommend Trump for?
That's a laugh riot.
Yeah. What the fuck is that? You have any idea?
I mean, they're just pandering.
Jesus.
That's
Christ.
some comedy.
Yeah, they are pandering.
Yeah.
The irony about that is it was like an hour before he sent the bombs. That's what was so funny about it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's delightful. This is like lowbrow comedy. It's not even high.
They sent the email and then he said, "We bombed Iran."
Yeah.
Oh shit.
But anyway, you should let Heather speak though. You were asking her a question.
Oh, Heather already said that she's
okay. Here's the quote from Islamabad directly. For his stellar statesmanship, and he de-escalated a rapidly deteriorating situation
You're
by
killing me.
securing a ceasefire and averting a border conflict between two nuclear states that would have catastrophic consequences for millions. I mean, this is like a comedy routine.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Except it's not funny. Except I'm crying. Jesus.
And then Modi had to come out a couple weeks ago and say the Americans were never even in the negotiations. How could Trump have negotiated anything? You know,
Yeah.
It's like this is just all bullshit.
Thank you. Insanity, mass insanity. We truly
insanity.
Yeah.
White worship.
Yeah.
I have a question for Brandon.
Yes. Please ask that while I get this eyelash out of my eye. I'm going through excruciating pain, so I'll take care of that while you ask Brendan that question. Brendan, get off mute. You need to respond to Heather.
I put a picture in our chat of a product that I'm going to be buying. It is milk powder, but it's colostrum, and I was wondering if they just say it's colostrum in India and it's just milk powder, or if there's actually a colostrum in Juno powder, milk powder.
No, it's legit. It's just kind of like you have to prepare it properly and all that. So,
is it cow colostrum or human colostrum?
Cow.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and it's just like it's just like some kind of food supplement. So yeah, you'll be fine. But like, what are you using it for exactly?
Well, I was going to use it for a number of things. I see that it's like the cure-all.
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah.
What newborn babies get.
Yeah.
Well, it's something about the cow colostrum. I thought colostrum was just something like before you would be making milk. It's colostrum.
Yes.
But it's not all the time. So you'd have to like be very. You'd think it would cost more than $5.
Like with dairy cows.
Yeah.
Yeah, to harvest it. That would make it tricky.
Yeah, but there's a lot of cows in India, and they also like that thing, like it's prepared in a certain way. You don't need like a bunch of it. So.
Do you need to cook it?
It's like you can make some kind of dish out of it. Yeah.
I think it's a cake or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it sold as powder?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like
capsules or bulk? Yeah, a powder. Yeah, okay, bulk.
It's like a powder, just a straight powder.
Yeah,
100 grams each.
Right.
That would be hard to like. You'd think it'd cost more,
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's like we're talking like these are like tincture levels, mostly milk. So.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna try and see if it works for something.
Okay.
It's good for gut health, tightening and strengthening the digestive, I think.
Yeah.
There might be a lot of estrogen in it, or some kind of female hormone. And it turns out, I didn't know this, but for women, hormones support weird areas of our musculature. And so even though you exercise and eat right and blah, 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 if these hormones, deplete, you can get crazy stuff like shoulder pain and stuff, let alone prolapsing, which is where I'm not going there. But yeah, and I didn't know that. So it might really help with stuff like that. Like, chronic arthritic style body pain, and I don't know. You'll let us know.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. I was just wondering maybe I could use it topically.
With some DMSO? I
With
don't
some
know.
honey or something.
Right. Whatever would conduct it through the skin and all. I don't know.
Well, if it's from the cow, it's not going to have any damage. It's not going to do damage.
No. I mean, no. I don't think it's poisonous.
Yeah.
But Where'd Brendan
They
go?
also sell cow urine, so I don't mess with that.
These
As
are
a
all
tincture?
these are all Ayurvedic things for like specific Ayurvedic issues. They're not just like for casual consumption.
No, I get
Dabbling.
that, but
Casual
in
dabbling.
terms of an aging woman with depleted hormones, does
there's
colostrum
an
help?
There's an herb called Shatavari. Shatavari is much safer and better.
Wow.
Fascinating.
Moringa, ashwagandha, black
Shatavari for women. Shatavari it's called. So you can look that up.
How do you
Tagre.
spell that one?
How do you spell it?
It's Romanized. It's obviously not its original spelling. I'd have to look up how it's like colloquially
Romanized.
used.
Right.
Just give me the spelling for it, please.
Sure. He'll find the equivalent sometime soon. He's looking it up.
Yeah, I have it here. Just a second.
Yeah. Because he
also
remembers
sell,
it by
camel
Sanskrit.
powder.
Camel powder, honey.
Camel powder?
For camel
Wow.
milk.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I'm kind of scared of that.
Oh, there we are. He's entered it. Shatavari. There we are.
Shatavari.
Yes. Let me go mute for a second here while I
And it's a plant. What plant is it? Or combination?
Damn,
It's
that's
there.
a nice anime girl, man. Cleopatra DC. I think I watched this anime before, but I fucking love 90s anime, man. And I fucking love it. 90s and 80s anime.
I've never seen this one before. Cleopatra DC.
It reminds me of dang it, called
Doug probably already put it in his file.
the two girl duo with like a cyberpunk anime. I can't remember the name of it. Reminds me of that. I look the name up.
Like Sailor Moon, kind of? Is that what you're saying?
No. It's kind of like that, yeah. Dirty Pair. Yeah, that's the one, Dirty Pair. Reminds me of that.
Okay. Maybe the same
Have you seen
artist
that
or
one
similar
before?
time period. No.
I think so, yeah. From 1994. Oh, but anyway, yeah, I'll look this one up. I read this one.
Thank you, Brendan. Thank you for that information.
Yes.
Oh yeah, no problem.
You collect Yu-Gi-Oh cards, right?
Yes.
All right. What do you have?
Oh, all kinds. I mean, I have a pretty extensive collection. I stopped
Oh wow,
collecting
really?
the last few years though, so I'm not like up to date on any. Like, there's a lot of new sets that have come out that are
A lot of crap
pretty high
sets.
level. Yeah.
A lot of crappy stuff too, though. You know,
It's been
keep
hit
a lot
or
of
miss.
reprints. You know,
I think
yeah, it has been.
really lately, there's some decent stuff.
Some of them have been, yeah, and they also got rid of some of the Time Wizard thing. I haven't played the game in a long time. I just collected it. I really want some of the Time Wizard. They got rid of that for gaming. To play the CCC of it. Yeah, and it's like completely alienating like 50% of the fan base. It's really bad with that.
Yeah, they actually, in a rare walk back, the Konami had to reverse some rules that they changed because people were so pissed off. They usually don't play those games with people, but they had no choice.
Good.
That's
people
funny.
need to speak up anyway because you know they're really mismanaging the game. They really are. A bunch of animals fucking ban happy with fucking banning shit, and nothing they need to do is bring back. They need to reboot the anime and bring back Yugi.
Yeah, they should.
Yugi Mata and everything. They need to completely bring everyone back. Bring everything back again.
Wow.
Completely, because I mean, you know,
The
fucking
trouble
Pokemon, they decided to get rid of
is like
what you said?
I said the trouble is Konami USA is like headquartered in Vegas, and they just treat it as like a gambling company. So
Yeah, they do.
they have like no
Yeah.
nuance. Like the Japanese have more nuance. The
It's
Western
the
one
OCG.
doesn't.
yeah.
OCG is much more.
They brought out a really cool,
game-centered.
awesome. What you said?
It's much more like game centered as opposed to gambling centric.
Well, that and the quality, the control is a lot better. Even the Chinese, sorry, not Chinese, the Japanese Pokemon one is also extremely very well quality control, and they printed demand also.
Oh yeah, the
you know,
card
which is-
stock and everything is really nice. Yeah, much. Better.
Yeah. It's a lot of fuckery been going on recently with the English one. A lot of crazy stuff going on with the pricing. It's just like Justin Rivals. So I don't mind paying a pack or something. I just pay $10 a pack across the street where I live out here. But it's really hard to get a lot of stuff.
Well,
Really hard, and I'm not overpaying for a lot of stuff either. I'm not doing it.
Yeah. Oh,
I rather wait for it to go
wait
down.
a second. Holly says that she's got a move continuing on YouTube. Well, Holly, I noticed that. And thank you for that wonderful image there, Real Tech. That's delightful. And Holly, say goodbye to everyone before you move on.
I will. It's been a great show because we got a good report, a complete report from San Francisco, and another one from Brooklyn.
Yes.
So you got a foot in both worlds, Douglas, coast to coast.
I really do, and I think
reporters from all ends of the earth.
That's right. We really have, and
it's been a whole lot. I'm gonna keep on listening.
Well, please
but I'm
do.
Just,
and
I'm
like
not gonna make weird noises or
well,
anything.
Well, you're more than welcome to. I mean, honestly, I always appreciate that. And last time while you were listening, just before you truly went to bed, you came in to check in one more time and ask for support. Don't be afraid to do that tonight. So do that just before you fade out, if you'd be so kind.
I'll check in.
Okay, sounds
all
good.
Right.
Love
Thank
you
you
dearly.
all concerned.
Yes.
Amazing night.
And you will be listening, correct?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so I'll start on analysis then. Bless you.
I can do that on the move. Good night all. And support Douglas. Yeah. Please.
Thank you.
Support Douglas. You can't get this anyplace else.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, bless you
Good
dearly.
night.
All right, love you. And with that, let's start in a monologue, and I want to invite anyone listening to interject whenever you wish. And we'll start with a question. A question was sent to me by a listener through email. If Trump is cutting Medicare and Social Security, why does he want all of us to continue having to pay into the programs? You might think that this is a reasonable question, that this is another sign of the kind of hypocrisy of the government and what it's degenerated into. But I would like to assure our listeners who are dependent on these programs that first, Trump cannot cut Medicare and Social Security, because both of these massive programs are run by an entire section of the government and are defined in detail by mountains of legislation. There is nothing Trump can do with or to them through executive orders. He would need the cooperation of not just the Republicans in Congress, but likely the Democrats as well. And I believe neither party would be interested in putting their jobs in jeopardy by threatening two of the most popular and necessary programs in American history. Second, yes, both workers and companies would have to continue paying into these programs, also mandated by law and also untouchable by Donald Trump. I'm not quite sure where this individual positing the query got the idea that Trump said he would cut Medicare and Social Security. However, since Trump is actually on record a number of times swearing that he would preserve both, although granted he is a liar and nothing he says can ever be trusted. Of course, I'm sure the impression that this is all going to be cut would come from Elon Musk. And believe it or not, what Elon...
Doge.
Yes, thank you. But what I find most curious about this question, concerning the continued existence of the most important pogroms in the history of the American Empire is that the questioner focuses not on the devastation that would be wrought by damaging or derailing them, but like a typical Republican, which I don't know if this person is or not, but as unto a Republican, rather than focus on the social collateral damage, which would, well, it would be, society would collapse. But instead, this individual focuses not on that, but whether or not the questioner would have to keep paying their FICA and Social Security taxes. I can't think of a more petty, self-absorbed, and myopic way of looking at this extraordinarily complicated issue. It has to be a Republican asking this question, because that's how Republicans think, is strictly in terms of absolute atomization, dog eat dog, what's in it for me? The more rational query would be, are we even going to survive this Trump presidency? To which the answer would be, well, some of us will. Our reputation as an empire will lie in tatters. Our economy will almost certainly be smaller. Prices will be higher, so quality of living will drop. But that's the easy part of the forecast. The harder bit? How long it will take to recover. One of the things we've learned in Trump's first midterm is that a lot of things we thought were laws were really norms that could be ignored by a man without shame or decency. I expected Biden's 4 years would be filled with patching those holes. However, not 1 inch, not an iota of progress was made due to the split in Congress and the passive dementia of Biden himself, who was just there to fill in that interregnum between Trump's reigns, as if he were simply the bookmarker for that purpose alone. Then Retribution Trump returns, and this time even things that are clearly against the law are being violated with impunity. Congress has rendered itself irrelevant, and Trump is now taking aim at both attorneys and the federal courts, which Mike Johnson suggested they just might get rid of. 3 co-equal branches of government notwithstanding. And we're only 5 months in. At this pace, it's hard to imagine how little our core principles will be done by the time the first convicted felon finishes raping our country. And getting consensus on how to fix the foundational damage will be made all the worse by the economic issues listed at the outset of this brief summation, as no one has time for that when you're struggling to put food on the table. I've been asking some of my father-in-law's affiliates how long it will take for us to recover. Even among the most optimistic, the fastest prediction I've heard is a quarter of a century. 25 years. Most say, not in my lifetime. Which is terrifying. Trump's version of federalism is a perverse death trap. Call it MEMୖDy, M-A-D-A, Make America Dead Again. Lemon federalism. If it's a peaceful anti-ICE protest, send in the Marines. If it's a hurricane, no disaster aid for you. Republicans have adopted federalism to mean killing off federal revenue sharing of state construction and maintenance programs, including an 80% drop in community development block grants for building roads and infrastructure since the 1970s. But Trump has amended that division of state and federal responsibility to something considerably more inconsistent, particularly regarding immigration protests in Los Angeles and the start of hurricane season along the Atlantic and Gulf coasts. When public demonstrations began against ICE raids on a California Home Depot outlet and clothing store, who showed up to rile formerly peaceful protests but Trump sent his 2,000 National Guard troops over the protests of our own California Governor Gavin Newsom, no less. As to why it matters, parts of downtown Los Angeles are currently under lockdown. Police cars are everywhere, and some blocks are cordoned off, as our colleague, Isaac Romero, would certainly report from on the ground. Helicopters are patrolling overhead, but it is otherwise mostly quiet. The city is, for now, by no means out of control. Yet the Los Angeles mayoress, Karen Bass, has confirmed that the city is terrified. Not of crime or protests, but of ICE. With herself going on record to say, I can't emphasize enough the level of fear and terror that is in Angelenos right now, not knowing if tomorrow or tonight it might be where they live, it might be their workplace. Should you send your kids to school? Should you even go to work? Protesters are turning that fear into action, walking through city streets and standing in front of federal buildings to rail against the immigration crackdown. The demonstrations are among the most intense wave of public opposition to federal immigration enforcement since Musk and the Ruskies hacked Trump back into the Oval Office in January. By securing the White House last November, Trump's usefulness to his supporters has come to an end. I don't mean the American idiots who voted for him, voted him in and still hang on his every missive from the parallel universe he inhabits, but rather Musk, Thiel, and the rest of the new right American oligarchs, as well as the Project 2025 goons, the only supporters who've ever mattered. These people needed Trump to seize power. From the multi-billionaire perspective, there was trouble in River City and something had to be done. Well, they did it, and now they have it. Trump is mostly the guy that signs the papers and gives the speeches, a human auto pen. In return, he gets to stay out of prison. I think it's extremely likely that J.D. Vance will be the next president of these United States and that this won't happen through any election. I also don't think it particularly matters at all that Vance has not nearly the base of popular support enjoyed by Donald Trump. That only matters if the Republicans intend for the Democratic electoral process to continue, which I assure you they do not. They don't intend that. I can guarantee it. They want a Caesar, a Caesar. You don't have to psychoanalyze them sons of bitches to understand this, because they've said it plainly, seriously, and repeatedly. And Vance is far closer than Trump to the enormous concentrations of capital, the vanguard captains of the new Gilded Age. Anyway, JD knows full well how to cover the heist. You simply position yourself downstage and sermonize on God, guns, gays, and open borders. He can do that about as well as anyone, even if he doesn't inspire a frenzied orgy of the brainless with quite the same reliability as Trump. We are right now living through the prologue. It is the setting of the stage. Act 1 begins once Trump exits, pursued by a bear. How and when that happens, I'm not really sure, but I suspect it will be in mid-2026 at the latest, before the midterm elections. We'll see. Local police have mobilized to keep the peace. but so have approximately 1,700 members of the National Guard who were deployed by President Donald Trump himself, not the state's governor. President Donald Trump opened the work week by ordering another 12,000 National Guard troops, as well as a full Marine Corps combat battalion based in Southern California, into Los Angeles, over the objections of our California Governor, Gavin Newsom, marking the first time in decades that the National Guard has been deployed sans a governor's request. Our own California Governor, Gavin Newsom, has stated, "The level of escalation is completely unwarranted, uncalled for, and unprecedented, mobilizing the best-in-class branch of the U.S. military against its own citizens." On Sunday, demonstrators threw rocks and police fired non-lethal rounds, case history suggesting that the city of Los Angeles could lose millions if it is sued over the Los Angeles Police Department's abuse of rubber bullets, as suggested by the damages awarded to plaintiffs in similar cases considered by California civil courts. When people shot by the police sue the city, they may receive payouts. I have reached out to both the LAPD and the city of Los Angeles for comment. As for what to know until they respond, if ever, as the protests have intensified, the LAPD was using rubber bullets against protesters. An Australian journalist was also struck. A British news photographer said that he had to undergo emergency surgery after a plastic bullet hit his thigh, opened a vital vein, and he nearly bled out like a pig. There's nothing non-lethal about non-lethal bullets. They will kill you. And I think it speaketh volumes that the LAPD aimed explicitly or exclusively for the kill at journalists. Now, in previous cases, court ordered payments to people who officers shot with rubber bullets. Well, in March of 2023, a federal jury awarded $375,000 to Dion Jones after he was shot in the face with a rubber bullet by an LAPD officer during a May 2020 protest. In May of 2024, Benjamin Montemayor was awarded $1.5 million after being shot in the testicles with a foam projectile in a 2020 protest, an injury that required surgery and the transferal of testicles from a human cadaver to replace the ones he lost. As to what people are saying, Matthew Mangino, a former district attorney in Lawrence County, Pennsylvania, told the Fourth Estate a jury verdict in a California federal court found the LA police's abuse of non-lethal bullets during a protest was malicious, oppressive, or in reckless disregard of all plaintiffs' rights. That opens the door to federal 1983 civil rights actions for the same conduct. The continued abuse of non-lethal ammunition that caused bodily injury, and in some cases serious bodily injury, is going to open the city of Los Angeles to civil liability. In a report about rubber bullets, Patrick Wilken, his name is, Wilcken, Amnesty International's researcher on military, security, and policing issues, previously said, "We believe that legally binding global controls on the manufacture and trade in less lethal weapons, including the KIPs, the KIPs, the kinetic impact projectiles, along with effective guidelines on the use of force, are urgently needed to combat an escalating cycle of abuses." So as to what happens next, Newsom has asked the Trump misadministration to withdraw federal troops from Los Angeles. During a press conference last Sunday, LAPD Chief Jim McDonnell confirmed that multiple people had been arrested that day. Still, the flare-ups were mostly contained to a few hotspots. Elsewhere, business continued as usual as people brunched and celebrated Pride. And yet, today, the Trump misadministration is continuing to push the narrative that California has fallen into chaos. Hundreds of United States Marine Corps combatants are reportedly being prepared to deploy to our area to quell protests that, at least at the moment, do not even seem to be in any particular need of quelling. The city, meanwhile, is on edge, waiting to see what happens next. So how bad is it? The president has been itching to do this. Find a way to abuse the military to help quell domestic disturbances since his first midterm. On the campaign trail, Trump said he would not wait for state leaders to request assistance before deploying forces to control protests. The thing that should worry us is, why is he going to these extraordinary and seemingly extreme lengths to portray Los Angeles as out of control? As he himself said on record, he's not waiting to be asked in at all. He wants to show himself to be in control, and he's really just pushing the envelope, as always, of presidential power. We might not be at the three-alarm fire of invoking the Insurrection Act, but we clearly have a president who wants my generals, my military, working to impose law and order in ways that are, if not unprecedented, highly unusual and very unnerving. Trump wants to turn America violent. The man who launched an attempted coup d'etat on these United States in 2020 and instigated an insurrection at the Capitol that resulted in over half a dozen deaths now claims that people in Los Angeles are launching an insurrection. They are not. Yesterday, last week, the Pentagon activated 700 combatants out of the Marine Corps Air-Ground Combat Center in 29 Palms, California, to join the 4,000 federalized National Guard's military occupation of parts of Los Angeles. Trump doesn't give a damn whether the troops are necessary, nor does he care how many people are injured or even killed in his raid on, well, his invasion of Los Angeles. A federal raid, it is not. It's too massive. You'd have to call it a federal invasion. As if we had seceded from the Union and they sent in, well, a General Sherman to march all the way to the Pacific through California. The show of military force is the point. It gives Trump the appearance of power. And like any bully, Trump is fundamentally a coward. Humiliated by the communist Chinese empire, Harvard, his own Supreme Court, Elon Musk, the federal courts, by Putin exposing his bare ass as a gambler, not a grand master, in his refusal to end the war with Ukraine. After centuries of trying to catch up with the West, Russia is now abusing its influence to reshape the politics of Western countries and erode their foundational commitment to the democratic order. Nowhere is this more visible than these United States. For nearly 80 years, through the Cold War, the collapse of the Greater Soviet Union, and the fragile new order that followed, the United States viewed Russia as a rival to be contained, not courted. But in the first few months of U.S. President Donald Trump's second midterm, Washington has turned its back on our historic democratic allies and pivoted toward Moscow. Having falsely claimed that Ukraine started the ongoing war with Russia, the Trump misadministration is now trying to force Kiev into signing a peace deal that would cede its territory and sovereignty and prohibit it from joining NATO, something that Moskva has wanted for decades. That the United States would pursue a rapprochement with Russia now marks a stunning rupture of its post-war creed. It's also a turn of fortune for Russian dictator Vladimir Putin, considering the state that Russia was in when he took power 25 years ago. With a shattered economy, a weakened military, and few allies. Once an obscure KGB lieutenant colonel, Putin now portrays himself as a geopolitical grandmaster, shrewdly moving pieces on the world's chessboard, as if he were, well, of a higher frame of mind than he's ever been. Yet the Russian dictator is not executing any master plan, but improvising in pursuit of a singular objective: staying in power. Putin's approach hinges on exploiting Western disunity, capitalizing on moments of retreat, and relying on disruption rather than durable influence. Through these maneuvers, have often yielded immediate gains. They have not made Russia an indispensable or trusted partner on the world stage. With Europe rearming amid Russia's continued aggression, Putin's opportunism has led him into a long-term strategic dead end. What is often hailed as Putin's mastery of realpolitik is, in fact, short-term gamesmanship rooted in KGB tactics aimed at suppressing democratic agency and manipulating public opinion. Having myself been assigned to rendezvous with La Résistance in the Greater Soviet Union at one point in my life, I experienced these tactics firsthand. There may have been no food in the stores, but according to their televisions and school teachers, who received talking points from the Department for Agitation and Propaganda, working closely with the KGB, the Greater Soviet Union was the leader of progressive mankind, and the rest of the world was envious. But in the 1980s, when Soviet's leader, Mikhail Gorbachev, scaled back state repression and lifted information controls under glasnost, the ideological bubble burst. Suddenly, nobody believed that the Bolshevik Revolution was the climax of human history, or that Vladimir Lenin's notion that Marxist doctrine was omnipotent because it was true. As Russians like to say, no matter how far the rope snakes, the end always comes. Throughout the Greater Soviet Union's history, the aims of the Kremlin's international propaganda have largely mirrored its domestic ones. During the Cold War, Moscow sought to expand its influence by promoting communist movements abroad and discrediting capitalism as exploitative and morally bankrupt. To do so, it undertook what the Soviet security services called active measures, covert operations aimed at destabilizing adversaries through subversion, falsehoods, and psychological manipulation. These measures were carried out not only by intelligence services like the KGB, but also by state-controlled mass media and propaganda institutions. The Novosti press agency, established in 1961, was key to these efforts. It distributed foreign language articles that subtly advanced Greater Soviet's interests through a global network of news organizations. Intelligence services undertook desinformatia, or disinformation campaigns, ranging from 1964's Operation Neptune, that falsely linked Western politicians with Nazi collaborators, to the KGB's 1984 effort to derail then U.S. President Ronald Reagan's re-election. The collapse of the Greater Soviet Union temporarily halted these efforts, as Boris Yeltsin, Russia's first post-Soviet president, saw the West not as any adversary, but as a potential partner. But when Putin succeeded Yeltsin, propaganda and active measures returned, not to advance ideology, now that Russia had embraced capitalism, but to consolidate personal power. In 1999, under the banner of fighting Islamic terrorism, following a series of apartment bombings in Russian cities, some of which were later proven to have been facilitated by the country's own security services, Putin launched the Second Chechen War, which anchored his ascent from a politically appointed prime minister to president. Television coverage of the war on state-owned stations was crucial to this effort, casting Putin as a defender of national stability. Similar tactics aimed at a foreign audience soon followed. In 2005, the Kremlin launched RT, Russia Today, a television network aimed at offering a more complete picture of life in Russia to global audiences. In practice, RT became a platform for flattering the Kremlin and exporting its increasingly illiberal worldview. This information push, or agitation, to use Soviet's parlance, coincided with a deeper strategic shift, convinced that the West was behind so-called color revolutions in Georgia and Ukraine, and searching for a viable post-Soviet ideology. Putin began recasting Russia's identity as a counterweight to Western hegemony, a message that he delivered forcefully at the 2007 Munich Security Conference. In the year, well, my late and sainted sire, my legal father, George Dietrich, died. As Putin's relationship with the West frayed, RT's tone grew more adversarial to polarize societies over political and cultural issues in these United States, Europe, and beyond. Putin's meddling in the West is not an end in itself. It is a way to eliminate threats to his regime. After the 2014 Euromaidan revolution, Putin, steeped in the KGB Weltanschauung, or worldview, saw Ukrainians' desire to integrate with Europe not as any democratic aspiration, but as foreign subversion. This wasn't just a geopolitical loss that a sitting president of a post-Soviet state could be removed by popular revolt, set a dangerous precedent to Putin. So Putin escalated by annexing the Crimean Peninsula and retaliated against subsequent Western sanctions with hybrid warfare, abusing new tools to carry out old KGB tactics. The Internet Research Agency, the IRA, a state-backed troll farm set up in 2013, played a central role in disinformatia campaigns around Brexit, the 2016 United States election, and other key democratic processes, weaponizing Western openness in order to undermine it. As Putin clung to power by means of increasingly dubious legitimacy, first by swapping seats with his prime minister, then by rewriting Russia's constitution, he needed to project strength. Meddling in the West offered ways of doing so, backing anti-establishment parties, orchestrating ransomware attacks, and deploying military or proxy forces to tip the fates of regional conflicts. Putin's meddling also allowed him to assume the mantle of traditionalism pitched against the decadence of Western liberalism. These narratives took hold over time, and the West again became the anti-Russia, as it was during the Cold War. The full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022 fit into this story. A crusade against the pro-Ukraine West, the archenemy bent on Russia's destruction. Russia's invasion was expansionism, but also something familiar, a survival strategy for a regime built on aggression, manipulation, and enforced unity. What seems to underpin Putin's rule is not confidence, but fear. He governs from a place of deep insecurity about his regime's legitimacy, its economic footing, and the loyalty of elites. Putin's approval ratings may be high, but in Russia, adulation can curdle into revolt without warning. That's why he surrounds himself with bunkers, reshuffles loyalists to prevent anyone from gaining too much power, and invests heavily in surveillance and state media. Foreign aggression is not realpolitik. It is a manifestation of and a shield for domestic fragility. Through this lens, Putin's foreign policy can be understood as not just expansionism for its own sake, but insulation. Having cast Western liberalism as an existential threat, Putin has extended the logic of active measures to the West's core institutions, and specifically NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. But his efforts have largely backfired. Rather than splinter the alliance, Putin's aggression has revived it. Western Europe is undergoing a military and industrial resurgence, directly spurred by the threat that Putin hoped would paralyze it. Finland and Sweden have joined NATO. The new United Germany, the United Kingdom, and France are revamping their defense, and there is growing support for joint deterrence. Even nuclear guarantees, once unthinkable in post-war Europe, are re-entering the strategic conversation. Russia's attack on Ukraine has galvanized a continent of exceptionally stable democratic states, with deep institutional roots, strong civil societies, and integrated defense and economic frameworks. Europe is able to, Europe's built to absorb political shocks that would weaken autocracies like Russia. These countries will push back against an expansionist Russia if threatened. Even without American imperial involvement, Europe's military and economic strength far outweighs that of the Russian Empire. This leaves Putin with few options beyond intimidation and disruption. With Europe holding its ground and Russia's conventional leverage strained by years of war, Putin's reliance on global partnerships has become more important, but also more precarious. Russia's key allies, Iran and North Korea, are economically weak, repressive regimes with limited strategic weight. The monolithic communist Chinese superstate, Russia's economic lifeline, is unlikely to be of help. Russia has provided valuable natural resources to the communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping's political and economic ambitions, and communist China on the Asian mainland has provided limited and often symbolic support of Russia's war effort in return. But exploiting the interests of the American and Communist Chinese empires is still a task beyond Putin's personal capacity. Though Market Leninist China and the revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire share a common interest in counterbalancing American imperial hegemony, Beijing's strategic priorities remain fundamentally self-interested. The People's Republic of China is cautious about supporting actions that would further destabilize markets or undermine its own economic trajectory, especially now, as the escalating tariff war raises the stakes of the Sino-American standoff. Thus faced with growing economic pressure at home, Red China is unlikely to gamble its own precarious financial stability on Putin's imperial ambitions abroad. Even Putin's admirer in Washington appears to be wavering. Trump has hinted that Putin may not want the war to end and has even floated the possibility of siding with the Ukraine. It may be that Putin's tactical disruptions in the West have bought him time, and as well as the time that was purchased, how would I express it? I think that it's, how would I express it? It's basically that when the recently signed Ukraino-American critical minerals deal delivered a strategic blow to the Kremlin, it did this even as it laid groundwork for Ukraine's integration into Western industrial and economic systems. Meanwhile, Trump's recent red carpet reception and billion-dollar deal-making in the Middle East highlighted a deeper truth. Russia doesn't have much to offer. Gulf states and Russia compete directly as major oil suppliers. But unlike Russia, whose revenues rely on higher break-even and discounted crude, the Gulf can sustain production profitably even if oil falls to $40 a barrel, thanks to lower expectation costs and fiscal buffers.
Not going to happen now.
Yeah, thank you. Quite so, very astute. Those states are also positioning themselves as hubs for future-facing industries, from artificial intelligence.
I have a question about the...
Yeah, please.
The Ukraine mineral deal. Does that also include the neon gas?
Yes, I want to investigate that. I haven't been able to find out yet. I'll see what I can find.
You haven't really? Oh wow.
Yeah, it's
because that would definitely like I've said before, and I tend to go on a lot of rants about it because it's just incredibly frustrating with the insane corporate greed that's going on with the graphics cards.
Mm-hmm.
I can get really frustrated about it, even though I have spent a lot of money on them myself too. But I refuse to spend a certain amount, like $50-$90 is $3,000. It's like buying a used car for a
outrageous
for a graphics card.
Mm-hmm.
And people always want to go back into the GTX 1080 Ti when it came out in 2017. And of course, adjusted for inflation, that gave 67% performance over the 9080 Ti. And it was close to it was the Titan class that came out with NVIDIA. But basically, adjusted for inflation, I'm saying it was about $900. And the 11 gigabytes of video RAM, it's something that they will not repeat again. But what I'm saying is that Americans, have like even like the Russians, same thing. Have a very extremely narrow-minded, especially Chinese too. But Americans have this veil of illusion of things. That this war in Ukraine and the neon gas and these things, or you don't need it. You know, all what's happening there, like fucking Tim Pool. Oh, we don't need Ukraine. You know, we don't need to be in this war. It's like listening to a fucking immature, goddamn fucking 5-year-old. You know.
Thank you, very much so.
You know, yeah. The neon. I'm trying to be astute about it, but the neon gas it's extremely important. And that's why the pricing is so insane. Of course, there's also this rush with this artificial general intelligence, but we already are there. It's just we've been there for years with the Douglas Dietrich artifact.
Thank you.
It's just we won't admit that, and this is why you need to support Douglas as much as possible.
Thank you.
You don't get the news from him from here.
Bless you. You're very, very gracious, and glad to have
Our national treasure.
Thank you.
Yeah. But go ahead. Sorry.
No worries. Proud to have you on my
Thank
side. Yeah, so the Gulf states, or rather the trucial sheikdoms that comprise the postmodern states of the Persian Gulf, are also positioning themselves as hubs for the future-facing industries, from artificial intelligence to green technology, from which Russia is increasingly excluded. If the Gulf states succeed, Russia's role will be to obstruct, not shape, the global order. Putin cannot expand beyond tactical maneuvering because he lacks a stable economic foundation. Russia's recent gross domestic product growth is driven almost entirely by military spending. And the war, and the engine sputters. With few exports beyond raw materials and weapons, and with fluctuating oil prices, even Russia's most optimistic or opportunistic trade partners are becoming cautious. Some are delaying deals, pushing for deeper discounts, or quietly exploring alternatives. Inflation is rising, and Russia's economy is overheating. Widespread corruption, restricted social mobility, and persistent brain drain stifle innovation and suppress the human capital needed for Russia's longer-term economic vitality. A shrinking, aging population, exacerbated by war casualties and immigration, further erodes Russia's labor force and fiscal resilience. The result is a system built for extraction, not renewal, short-termist and benefiting only a small inner circle. As disruptive as he is, Putin is no grand master, but instead a gambler. He was dealt bad cards, and he is playing like he holds a royal flush. Few dare to call his bluff, because his dissent suppression apparatus is perhaps the only effective tool in his possession. But Putin's gamesmanship overlooks that real power requires real foundations, economic depth, stable alliances, and ideological appeal. A feeble, kleptocratic empire cannot outlast the ongoing economic realignment, security partnerships, and technological revolutions that are reshaping global power. Currently, I should say culturally, Russia today has little to offer the world. It is even a diminished version of its Soviet's past. when, despite repression, plenty of people perceived Moscow as a champion of progress and justice. Now, Russia is just another authoritarian state with no clear vision of the future. It is also a nation marred by war crimes and seemingly unprepared to reckon with this fact. Many Russians today believe that they are fighting Ukrainian Nazis, not bombing schools and hospitals. When the awakening comes, it will be even harsher than the one triggered by Gorbachev's glasnost. This time, Russians will have to behold atrocities committed in their name. By the way, we have some incoming links from Real Tech Geek. Ukraine takes the first step towards carrying out its minerals deal. Putin says Russian recession must not happen under any circumstances. Jesus Christ, poor bastard's talking to himself.
He is talking to himself in his fucking echo chamber.
Yes, quite so.
That's going to happen. They're very close to it.
Thank you. Yeah, go on.
The ruble went down to like a negative. It was shorted like crazy when it crashed. It was negative, and then it bounced like crazy. I have looked at the chart of the trading, of like a trading pair of the ruble versus the on the USD. But yeah, they're close to it. But I think he's going to open a second front of war, either Moldova or Georgia, or might be Poland, man. It's going to be something crazy. You'll see.
Oh God, I hope so. Thank you. I love you. Now,
really?
Yeah,
Come
of course,
on, man.
Of course, yes.
Thank you.
Love you dearly. Now,
all right, I love you too.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Now, the politics of great leaders outlive them, yet Putin's stratagems will likely end with him. He is the epitome of personalized power, with no institutions, coherent ideology, or successor class capable of sustaining his model without him. Whether the final blow cometh from a new American imperial administration, an ascendant state capitalist China, or a resurgent Europe, Putin's strategic game is already lost. The only question is who will recognize the limits of his position and respond accordingly. Perhaps Europe is finally getting ready to do so. So Trump has launched a war inside America on vulnerable people inside America in the one place, my golden California, wherein most of our inhabitants loathe him. For Trump, California stands out as his biggest, bluest enemy. After Donald Trump won the 2016 presidential election, despite losing the popular vote by about 3 million fucking votes, 2.9 million to be precise, he quickly zeroed in on the major reason: California. He was trounced in my golden state by more than 4.2 million votes and claimed, without evidence, that many of those ballots were fraudulently cast. The relationship between Trump and our nation's most populous state has never really recovered. And now, as the events over the past few weekends have so preeminently displayed, it might have hit rock bottom. Now, I do want people to know, as I explained about my time with Aaron Tice, and the next time he's on, we'll have him validate what we experienced in terms of an on-running gunfight that was going on in San Francisco while he and I were walking the Tenderloin, then we'll put into perspective just how dangerous and undying the undead threat is in, well, that old 49ers town where they all came to bake and frown. And we're going to show how, well, it just is such a dangerous place regardless. It hasn't changed in all these years. That's the reason they first called it the Barbary Coast. And it's still that. And believe me, we heard so many gunshots we lost count. We were right in the thick of it without seeing the individuals firing. We made certain to drive out of the area, but just walking to our car, the firing was non-stop and intensive. Next time Aaron's on, hopefully Wednesday night for a bit, he can drop by to verify everything I've just said. Now, Trump himself has had his battles with Massachusetts and other Democratic-run states in his 12 midterms in office, but my golden California stands out as his biggest, bluest enemy. But the fight, during which Trump has threatened to cut off federal funding to my golden state, could have ramifications that stretch beyond our borders. If we were our own country, my California would have the world's 4th largest economy, meaning our well-being has major consequences for a nation trying to stay out of a second Great Depression. With our progressive policies, a highly diverse population, and total democratic control, California has frequently been the target of President Trump's ire and is the polar opposite of his Make America Hate Again tunnel vision. He lost our state by millions of votes in each of his 3 campaigns. We are home to many of his most ardent Democratic opponents over the years. Nancy Pelosi, Adam Schiff, Kamala Harris, and our current governor, Gavin Newsom. Now, California has frequently been the target of Trump's ire. It began with the false claims of voter fraud in 2016, continued with his threat to withhold disaster relief after the wildfires his own red insurgents set abroad in 2018, and again in January of 2025. And now with his decisions to, well, send the National Guard and Marines to Los Angeles. Sans consulting Newsom in response to protests against his misadministration's economically suicidal program of mass deportation. Okay, well, as I said, I was pretty impacted by sun sickness. I'm still pretty symptomatic. Probably end early tonight. And I believe I've turned in at least, well, 5 hours. So, such being said, I want to thank our dear Realtek Geek for putting some links into the chat. I encourage you all to contribute. We're trying to raise $1,000 at the absolute minimum. And what I'm going to do, well, I'm going to catch up on sleep now. And we'll be back on Wednesday, and we'll hit this and barrel ahead quickly and efficiently. And until then, let's have our dear Realtek come on and say goodnight. Or good morning, whatever the case may be. Let's see if he responds.
Oh,
And
you
yeah,
finished already, Douglas? It's 2 a.m. here.
I have sun sickness because I was out all on the longest day of the year, throughout the weekend actually, exposed to the sun far more than I should have allowed myself to be exposed, but I had to get something done.
Okay.
So I was visited by TICE and took him on a tour of San Francisco, the Presidio, the Tenderloin Ghetto, and so I'm still symptomatic. So yes, I'll try.
Yeah,
and
you
get
need
over that Wednesday.
you need iron. Yeah, you need iron.
Thank you. Appreciate
I miss
that.
that, man.
Yes, very good.
Get some chickweed, man. Get some chickweed. I told you.
Cool.
Get chickweed.
I will. Thank you.
2, 3 of those. I'm sorry to hear that. But yeah, I never really big fan. I've never really been a big fan of the sun. I really don't like the sun too much. I just don't.
Yeah, I hear you.
Not too much.
It's funny because
this obsession people have with natural light, this fucking shit. It's gonna be the night, man. Photography. I'm talking about. Give me the night.
Interesting.
My flash, and that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how I am most of the time.
I like.
I love the night.
Well, you and I are of like minds. I assure you, we get along well together. So, dear friend, do say good night to everyone, or good morning, whatever the case may be, and we'll check out for tonight and be back on Wednesday. Be here before everyone knows it.
Yeah, good night. Good morning. Thank you for listening to Douglas Dietrich show and his monologue, his excellent monologue. You're going to have, it's going to be better times on the horizon. There's always darkness until it's dawn. Keep positive. Keep the faith in whatever you believe in, and please support Douglas Dietrich. We are now June, what's it, June 23rd, right?
22nd. 22nd. I mean, here, okay. I'm in the Pacific.
June 22nd.
It's 23rd where you're at. It's 23rd.
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
23rd.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right. Well, 22nd on Douglas's Pacific Northwest timeline, and I'm in the north, so it's the 23rd, and he's looking to raise half $1,000. This is not an easy feat in this economy that we're in, and he needs your support more than ever. And he is our national treasure, so please support Douglas Dietrich, because he is the only person you want to learn about the Allies, who's learned the Second World War and many other things. At the Battle of Los Angeles, that he will not be suppressed upon. He will win his victory.
Of course, disseminating the reality and the truth behind it. What our dear Real Tech what our dear Real Tech is trying to articulate and express is he's referencing the fact that all my episodes concerning the Battle of Los Angeles have been taken down for this lame-ass excuse that makes no sense. But such being what it is, I love you dearly, Real Tech, like a son. Thank you so much for your participation. And we love our dear Aristides. Hopefully he's dreaming well in Slumberland. And with that, everybody do rejoin us on Wednesday. We'll hit all this again as early as possible and make certain to, Wednesday I should be recovered and we should be able to provide you closer to a full episode. Something at least 8 hours, and maybe stretch it like in the old days to the full 12. We'll see. All right then. Let's end live stream. Gonna do this. Take this down here. Press the right buttons. 3-step process. There we are. And that will start us on the